perhatikan dia. morning, ladies and gentlemen. We really appreciate your patience. We'll be starting shortly in the next 10 minutes. I repeat, we'll be starting in the next 10 minutes. We really appreciate your patience. So we will be quickly starting off. We're going to be having an amazing session forward, so please stay tuned. Thank you. Well, it's a humble request to everybody on the outside to please come and be seated inside the conference hall. I repeat, it is a humble request to everybody on the outside, if I'm audible to all of you, please do come and be seated inside so that we can start off with the session. Once again, may I request everybody on the outside to please come and be seated inside so that we can start off with the session. Seated on the inside, a very good morning. Can I hear back a good morning so that I know you're all listening to me? A very good morning. I know we're here for a conference, but I would expect a little more energy from all of you. Or do I address all of you boys and girls instead of ladies and gentlemen? Because all of you seem pretty young, so I need to see the energy. Good morning. Good morning. What are the last benchers up to? Can I get some more energy, a little more strong? Good morning. Good morning. Okay, if you're all set, I want to see everybody's hands up in the air and give a big round of applause. And let's energize a little bit so that we can start off with a stunning session for the day. Once again, we really appreciate your patience. We'll be starting in the next 5 minutes. We have one of our very important speakers who will be reaching in a minute or two. So as soon as he arrives, we will be starting off with the session for the day. Once again, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So as we all know, we just celebrated our 75th Independence Day. So let us all start off with this exquisite session with the national anthem. So may I please request each one of you to kindly raise up for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request everybody to please settle down. Thank you so much. Well, once again, welcome to Beginup Presents Architecture and Interior Design Excellence Awards and Conference 2022. Well, this morning, we have an esteemed gathering of architects from more than 20 states across. This conference is graced by our esteemed speakers for the session. Well, it is my honor to be welcoming Professor Jaisim Krishna Rao, Dr. Gopalan Nair Shankar, who will join us very soon. We also have Architect Dean Gabriel De Cruz. We have Architect Muhammad Amin Nair. We have Architect Kavi Jain, and we have two more esteemed speakers who would be joining us later in the evening, but I would also like to invite Dr. Ajay Chandran, CK, and Tanvi Bhatt. So these are our esteemed set of speakers who are with us today. So ladies and gentlemen, maybe please give them a big round of applause to invite our stunning set of panelists for the evening. Well, speaking of this conference and awards is curated by Beginup Research Intelligence Private Limited, Bangalore. Beginup is founded and is a brainchild of Dr. Anand Gopal Nayak. Mr. Nayak is a serial entrepreneur with more than 10 years of experience in business analytics, SaaS and technology, and he is also the author of the best-selling book, 18 But Not Teen and Startup Ladder. Well, it is indeed my honor to be a part of this conference and awards. Introducing myself, MC Nithya, and I will be the host for your evening. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, are we all set to begin the conference? Yes? If yes, can I see everybody's hands up in the air and give a big round of applause as we start off Beginup presenting to you Architecture and Interior Design Excellence Awards and Conference 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. So may I please request the dignitaries to kindly step forward, light the lamp, and invoke the blessings of God. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Well, audience, it's time to start off with the first session of the day, and it is indeed my honor to be inviting on stage our first speaker, Mr. Kavi Jain, who is the principal architect and director of Nirman Consultants, completed his B.Arch from IIT Roorkee in 1988. He is a visionary who followed his own path to explore previous uncharted terrains. In 1990, he set up Nirman Consultants, and over the years, the company developed into a world-class single-window total project management consultancy. With his passion for architecture and creative thought process, he inspires his team to produce path-breaking designs that have won awards and nationally and globally. He laid the foundation of a responsible corporate culture in India with a trend of sustainable and environment-friendly office buildings. Nirman is a world-class single-window architecture and infrastructure total project management organization. An iOS award-winning company, Nirman Consultants was founded in the year 1990 and is known for its innovativeness. Trained by his acumen of creativeness and aesthetics, Team Nirman excels in the out-of-the-box design concepts. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be welcoming on stage our first speaker for the session, Mr. Kavi Jain.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. And I see lots of young faces and a very august audience with dignitaries and names to reckon with in the architecture field. And I really feel honored to be part of this particular forum where I can talk about what my thoughts about architecture are. In fact, if we can we have the presentation, please? Yeah. So, I think each one of us has probably, do you have some mic where I can move around, or I'll be fine with this, not an issue. So, most of us, when we were studying, at least I remember in our times, everyone was a fountainhead, fan, and once you read that, उसके बाद में बहुत समय लगता था उससे बाहर आने में. But there are times when you generally feel in architecture, you just can't come out of it. So I'll start my thought processes of architecture with some specific statements from the fountainhead. And that's what has been the basic thought processes in the kind of designs that we do. And I'll follow it up with real-time examples of how we've achieved the thought processes that I talk about. Please.
Every form has its own meaning. Every man creates his meaning and form and goal. Nothing can be reasonable or beautiful unless it's made by one central idea. And the idea sets every detail. An expression of culture, architecture outlives everything. A bridge between nature and mankind. Architecture shapes our world to meet our needs. For today, and our vision for the future. A building is alive, like a man. Its integrity is to follow its own truth, its one single theme, and to serve its own single purpose. Nirman Consultants, bringing designs to life.
So, I think this is something that we all have read about. taking on the basic philosophy about what the thoughts on architecture and how you start a design and how do you conceive starts from that particular motto that the built forms have a direct bearing on us. And when we talk about designs, everything has to follow a particular reason. Every project, unless you define what exactly the project is about, you have a very logical thought process to that. What exactly is supposed to be done, how it is to be done, the physical parameters. So, like architecture is a beautiful thing in which there is no limitation in terms of thought. You can have thoughts which range from a complete stupidity to very hardcore, regular disciplinary methods also. But what we feel as Nirman, that if you follow a logical thought process of arriving at a solution, you put up all the parameters, which are the physical parameters, which are the climate, the technologies. Technologies are changing now with such a good pace that unless we keep pace with the technologies, we will probably be missing out on so much more that we can do in architecture and in built forms. So once you have a logical thought process and you come up with a solution, the end product, I believe, will have to be beautiful. Well, there is no doubt that in terms of aesthetics, in terms of proportion, in terms of everything, for example, I don't think anyone would disagree that a plane looks beautiful. The plane looks beautiful because it gets rid of anything which is a frill. There is no additional thing because you've got to make sure that it is light, it is to take care of the drag, etc. So talking about that, so if you come up with a logical thought process, the product that you come up with will have to be beautiful, and you don't need frills. Because the minute you, I would repeat this, and I've repeated it so often, that the very word makeup is something when you're making up for something which is not good enough. So what we feel is that you come up with a logical thought process and the solution that you get is anyway beautiful. That apart, the maze of thoughts has to be controlled so that the basic coherence of design and your thought process, you don't deviate from that. When the form is one, but what happens is that the form is the external form, the external thing, the visuals that you see. But just like a human body, unless you have a good metabolism, you will not be able to remain healthy. So I think the buildings have to be treated like a human body. So you have to make sure that architects, we as architects, not only know about the functionalities, these proportions, these scales, etc., but engineering. As I say that an architect is supposed to be like a composer. He's supposed to know how the individual instruments run. He may not be a master in those, but he has to compose, in the sense that a composer would know how a guitar is placed, how an organ is placed, but when he listens to it, he is able to compose very well. That's precisely what an architect has to do. You have to know your engineering, you have to know your plumbing, your electrical, your fire. Unless your engineering is good enough, the building will not survive. And if the building doesn't survive, the whole purpose of the whole built form goes for a 6. So I'll just start off with a few of the examples of how we arrived at of the solutions that we are talking about. This was a competition for the Indian Air Force Museum in Delhi. So when we talked about the first thing that comes to your mind when you talk about the Air Force is the might of the Indian Air Force. So what we ended up doing was, if you see a fighter plane, while this particular location was next to the airport and while it lies in the flight path. So when you end up putting that same thought across, what you end up realizing is that the form that we've achieved is exactly that of a kind of a modern form of a fighter plane, which you can see coming down. And the way we did all these domes, etc., were the ones in which while you're actually going inside the Air Force Museum, while you're looking up, you're seeing the planes hung against the sky. So that's how we came up with this particular solution. So it was just one coherent thought that we looked at. We had to present the might of the Indian Air Force, and which we corroborated and came up to the solution that you just see. And the discipline, because if you see the whole structure, and all kinds of defense services are disciplinary, and most of the structures that you would see are symmetrical, and that's precisely what you see in the designs that we've done here also. The solution was a very modern design, very straight, neat line kind of things, but the overall form that you end up getting was this. In the same way, we this was an international competition that was floated for making the High Commission of Tanzania in India. So when you browse through Tanzania's website, or you go to whatever they talk about, it's all about African sculptures, wildlife, and Mount Kilimanjaro. So these were some of the sculptures that we saw, the African sculptures, and the product that we ended up getting was, we made the whole building look like a sculpture. We've derived the proportions from the sculptures that we had, and the end product that you see is this particular thing. This came up in 2006, if I'm not wrong, at Chanakyapuri. So the whole building, what you see here, is a sculpture which all the features that have come through the features that you end up seeing on their websites and on their tourism guidelines. The Mount Kilimanjaro, in fact, this was the first time we used a double curve kind of a glass, and you see we got some reflection of the Mount Kilimanjaro and the sculptures that you see. And this whole structure, we won an international competition for this. There's another company for which we've done the corporate office. Now, this is KRBL, India Gate Basmati Rice. Now, these people have been, they have the highest milling capacity of rice in the world. So, rice being their major product, they are into different products also, other products also, but it was a rice company. So, जो rice की बाली होती है, we incorporated that in a very, very simple structure of theirs, which they had bought, and converted that complete structure, which looks like this today. So, you know, they created an identity for themselves, because rice is their identity. This was a competition project. We did not win this, but it is still close to my heart, because when you talk of Hyderabad, this was Hyderabad Municipal Development Authority. So the building, Hyderabad, everyone can identify Hyderabad with Charminar. So what we ended up doing was trying to make a Charminar in a slightly modern form, which houses an office complex. So going by the same proportions, converting those intricate lines into simpler lines and straighter lines, and this is the precise proportion that we ended up getting. Unfortunately, and we did talk about all the climatology, etc., but unfortunately we did not win this. This was another competition. This was the National Coastal Studies Institute. So what we realized was that when you talk of the coastal studies, what you talk about is the sea, what you talk about is the waves. So we recreated those particular waves with the sails, and we actually designed this, the these particular fins, the sails that you see, to divert air into the atriums and the spaces that you have. So this basically, if you see all of these things that we are talking about, we are creating an identity to the structure that we are talking about. This was a forest resort. Now, what happens is, in the jungle, most of you, at least I am very fond of wildlife, but when you go to a wildlife resort, when you go to a jungle, what do you see? Everything is camouflaged. You don't have straight lines. In fact, when you are looking for a tiger, you probably have a tiger which is just about 10 feet away from you, but you may not see it because the camouflage is so beautiful. So this particular resort that we created, the location was beautiful, so it just merged with nature. We had a few small hillocks, and the forest was there. We just converted that as a part of the whole thing structure, which currently looks like this. So with the greenery and with the spaces, the kind of sloping roofs, etc., we ended up getting this, in which if the lights are off, you don't even see the structure. So we merged it with the nature. So we made sure that the nature, whatever people are coming there for, they get the feel of that particular structure. And in fact, this is one place, it used to be run by ITC, and this was, I think we put up in 2003 or something, and we've got so many times the tigers and the wild leopards, etc., keep coming to this particular location, probably because of the camouflage. Then we've also done lots of industrial architecture. Now, most of the times, I realize that people feel that industries are not good looking. But what happens is, in the industries, what we end up doing is, the basic purpose of an industry is to manufacture. So we ensure that we don't compromise on the complete manufacturing process. We ended up doing, we've done lots of breweries. But what we do is that whatever be the industrial process, we make the manufacturing process in 3D and then put the building envelope for it. So this one is a Carlsberg brewery at Mysore. What happened is, with the tanks, the brew tanks that you have, those brew tanks are generally very expensive but very good looking ones. Prior to 2005, when we got into breweries, most of the times I used to see that the brew tanks were hidden away, which was something that I changed, and we made sure that all those expensive 8-8 crore ka ek tank hota hai, and it looks beautiful, so we started displaying that. So that's what you see as a complete structure. This was a 30-acre development, and in Mysore, you can, in case anyone is interested in having some fresh beer, you can come and you're welcome to come and see this place. The only thing is, the only place in a brewery where you can legally have beer is the taster cabin. Otherwise, because of the excise rules, you're not supposed to have anything there. This is the current project that we are working on, and the construction of this has already started. This is a 7.5 million square foot total built up area, including the basements. So this is a Noida Convention and Habitat Center. So what we have here is, this was a 25-acre plot, and Noida came up with a concept that they would like to, because of the Jewar airport that's coming through, they would like to have a convention center which they would be running, a habitat and a convention center, and rest of the spaces could be on a PPP model where the developer comes in and puts up, makes money for himself as well as for Noida. So this particular thing, we elevated the whole podium to 9 meters because that was the maximum height that we were allowed without wasting the FAR. So beyond which you have the convention, which is flanked by a habitat block and a hotel block. And then at the rear, it is like the gateway, because this is the plot that's the first plot when you enter from Kalindi Kunj side into Noida. So this becomes like a gateway to Noida. So that's why if you see the design, that design has got retail, it's got offices, and it's got residential. Because we had roads on 3 sides, we were able to get a very, we were able to segregate the traffic, etc. very well. But a very simple design, which actually makes the whole the convention center have a backdrop, which is like a framework, and also a gateway. What you see here are the basic cores. And the topmost structure is the 50th story, and these are 35 stories, the habitat block and this. So this will be, so it was supposed to be operational by 2024, but it's going to take much longer. This was a building that's very close to my heart, because this came up in 2014, and we got a platinum rating for this particular building. In this building, we've not taken any resource from the government. We are generating our own power, because this was celebrating the 25 years of GAIL, the Gas Authority of India. So we are running this on gas-based generators, which are operational for 24/7, 365. And the beauty of this building is that we got almost about 3 lakh square foot of built-up area, with almost about 800 people using this particular premises. But the complete load, the power load that we have in this building is 660 kilowatts. And we made sure that small features have been considered in this building. In case we have the time, I can talk a lot about it, but in brief, the particular shape that we have, we make sure that the aerodynamic shape of this particular structure makes sure that heat doesn't stay on the surface. The east and the west are blocked by the lift cores and the services. We have lighting from north and south, and even we've got a 70-foot space between the north and south walls. But during the day, there are no switches in the working halls. During the day, you don't need any lights to be on, because the light penetration, we made sure that it comes up to 35 feet, which is half of the 70 feet. What we've done is that out of the 8-foot glass panel, the top 2 feet have got stainless steel louvers within the DGU. So they reflect the glass onto the natural light onto the ceiling and come down onto this. When you take a thermal image of this particular building, most of the buildings you would realize that the heat is not going through the glass when you have the DGU, but the metallic frames that you have, they transmit the heat so that the heat intake becomes more. But this particular building, when I take a thermal image of this, I see a solid surface, because what we did was we worked with the facade consultants, with the facade vendors, and made sure that we got a very solid insulating layer for the metal also. So there is no heat that's getting transferred. If you see the basement part of it where the GGs are placed, you would see that we've used a VAM system here, so the air conditioning is completely running by the heat. We've got heat exchangers there. Another interesting thing that was done, because this was conceived in 2010, at that time, stacked parking and automated parkings were not very, they were not very popular. So we've got parking for about 286 cars and all automated. So what we gained out of that was that there's one single air volume in the basement, and there is no additional extraction needed when you go to the second or the third basements or whatever. So it's when you have the ramps which are going down, they're naturally ventilated. So as I said, that I can keep on going on to this. What you see there is the NGMC, which is like a 60-foot video wall, which controls the complete gas distribution of the country. So I think I would like to end it with just one thing, that irrespective of what we do, nothing is possible without passion. We just have to love it, live it, think and breathe it. So it's been a good 35 years for me into architecture, and about five more years if you add on the when I was a student, I would say 40 years of passion really make life worth it. Thank you.
Well, that was indeed a beautiful start. Can we hear a thundering round of applause for Sir? Thank you so much for all the inputs and insights that you've given us today. Well, let's quickly move on to the next esteemed speaker for the day. It is my honor to be inviting Mohammad Amin Nair, who is the CEO and founder of ANA Design Studio Private Limited. And speaking of him, he is a well-established Indian architect with more than 2 decades of international experience in high-performance buildings. In 1995, he graduated from the School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, where he was a part of research conducted on bioclimatic architecture with the Bartlett School of Architecture. He has been visiting faculty at SPA Delhi 2002 to 2007, Vastukala Academy and Sushant School of Architecture. He has established ANA Design Studio Private Limited in 1996, a full-fledged architecture, engineering and project management firm with projects across India, West Asia and Africa. He ensures that both are closely knit right from the beginning with a vision to improve upon implementing. Well, under his leadership, the firm has delivered some prominent projects such as Reliance Technology Group, India's largest private sector laboratory with 48 super specialty labs in the area of 5 lakh square foot in Mumbai. India's first LEED Gold certified laboratory, India's first LEED Gold cash and carry. Currently, he is leading projects across India and Africa, which is Landmark Village Development, a 3 million square feet waterfront in Lagos, Nigeria, in a prestigious one. Another is a Plaza, India, an ongoing relay equipment industry in Gujarat, going to be India's first climate-controlled Internet of Things. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be welcoming on stage Mohammad Amin Nair.
Thank you very much. It's a common problem that happens to me when somebody gives a very long introduction. मुझे लगता है किसी और के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, मैं थोड़ा टाइम ले लेता हूँ, कोई बात नहीं. So when Dr. Nayak invited me this time to come and address you guys, he had just 2 things to say. He said, limit your talk to technology and don't take too much time. So, I realize the fact that I'm addressing a set of very accomplished people. And you're here because you're recognized as accomplished people. So first of all, congratulations on your wins. Every win is a story. And the actors of that story know how difficult the path may have been to reach where you are. Please accept my congratulations and give yourselves a big hand. Great. Thank you very much. The other good thing about speaking today is that, I don't live in the city. So I can make bad jokes, and I can go away in the evening, and nobody's going to meet me tomorrow, so that's a good thing. So I want to start it with something that I heard after a long time again. It's one of my favorite ghazals. And coming to Bangalore, beautiful city, lovely people, I am tempted to say a couplet by Sardar Jafri. And I guess most of you pretty much understand Urdu, so shouldn't be a problem. It goes, तुम्हारे शहर का मौसम बड़ा सुहाना लगे, मैं एक शाम चुरा लूं अगर बुरा ना लगे. So I just want to grab a few moments of your time and talk about things that go beyond the direct building of architecture. And as I said, all of your lives are a story, and the actors of that story know what the journey has been like. So instead of picking up examples of what we've finished and done, I thought I would try and take a risk and do something and talk to you about something that is in progress. So the image that you see in front of you is actually a live FTP model, which is housed partly in our office in Delhi and partly in somebody's data center, which I don't really know where it is. So, you know, we've got some cloud space, and I don't know where this model actually is housed. You will also see that while I am speaking, there are some colors and things which are changing on this model. And that basically means that somebody in my office is sitting and working on this model right now and adding or subtracting or deleting from it. You will also see certain parameters that are changing in blue color over here. And that blue basically denotes the fact that somebody in the construction team in West Africa is carrying out certain actions on this model right now, which is helping him to construct it. So this is a live example of BIM. I have never done this before. I've never presented a live BIM model to an audience. But I thought that since we were all part of the same community, I could take that risk. And if something goes wrong here and doesn't look too good, you'll forgive me for it. But it gives me a basis to talk about what I believe we all would be doing over the next few years. Before I get into the actual tech aspect that Dr. Nayak has very specifically said I should talk about, I just wanted to give you a couple of other numbers that I picked up from a few research that I have read. Any guess to the size of the building construction industry in India in terms of its monetary size? Can you throw a number at me? What do you think is the size of the construction industry in India? Don't look at your smartphones. Don't look at Google right now. Don't cheat with me. Anybody from the back somewhere, what do you think in rupees, crores, thousands of crores or lakhs of crores? What is the value of the construction industry in India? Anyone? Dr. Nayak. Come on, I can pick on you. Somebody from the back. Guys, come on. It's your industry. What is the size of the construction industry in India? Okay, since you're not forthcoming, I'll throw the number at you. This is a 2021 number. It is approximately 630 billion US dollars that roughly translated last year to about a little over 40 lakh crore rupees. Okay, digest that. But we don't really talk about it in popular media. We don't really talk about architecture, design, construction, engineering, buildings, projects. We've not really captured the popular imagination. So if one of your young colleagues or cousins or somebody who's just out of college comes to you and says, I've found myself a job at Fountainhead, or I found myself a job at Nirman Consultants, you'll congratulate him, but that would pretty much be the end of the conversation, and no offense meant to the people who run these organizations. But the same cousin comes to you and says, you know what, I landed a job in Google. It's family celebration time. You probably go and spend 20,000 rupees on a dinner somewhere. Correct? Yes or no? Right. Okay, now let me throw another question at you. What is the size of the software industry in India? 2021 numbers, $130 billion. That roughly translates to a little under 10,000 crores. A little under 10 lakh crores. It's less than 1/4 of the industry that you represent and win. So there is something that is happening which is a little strange. Guys who do 1/4 the value get 5 times more attention. And guys who are sitting here who generate that 4, 5, 6 times the value somehow seem to have lost the imagination of popular culture, right? And I think that's probably because we've gotten so engrossed in this fake narrative that it's a difficult industry and we don't get paid. There's no money in it. I gave you the numbers, you tell me. Sounds like a lot of money to me. I haven't counted how many zeros there are in 45 lakh crores, but whatever it is, it seems like a humongous amount. So from this thought, there is nothing that I'm going to actually present to you on this model. I just wanted to show it to you as a story that I am living. This is not completed. This is not built. I don't know how well this building is going to function. I'm hoping that it will function very well, and I'm hoping that the people who live and work here will in their own way, thank us for being part of this journey. But I'm presenting this story to you because this is work in progress. And so are our lives, and so are our professions, and so are our offices. They're work in progress. And I will talk about 3 or 4 things that I think are important, which we must look at as part of gaining back that strength that we had several years ago. So firstly, I think the time of the celebrity architect is pretty much over. I don't think we're going to be, seeing any more, names that lead the industry. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing because the humongous volume of knowledge that you need to have and process is so large that if you decided to do it all on your own for even a simple building, which is, say, 10,000 square meters, you would realistically probably just build one building in your life. It's about space planning, it's about climatology, it's about material, it is about cost, it is about engineering, it is about construction technology, it's about interfacing, it's about procurement, it's about global supply chains. If you really got into every part of it, you would probably realistically build just one building in your life. So then collaboration is the key. And collaboration cannot happen unless there is a technology which is enabling you to collaborate in today's environment, which is this. So this is a live model. I don't need to get into what BIM is. You guys already know it. I'm certain that most of your offices are also using it. But this is the precursor of big data for architecture. And you can actually populate this model with pretty much anything that you choose and anything that you think is important to either you or your client or the municipal authorities or the constructors or the end users of this building. And all of that population of data does not need to actually happen from your office or your expertise. So our structural engineering team is probably doing something in this building. Of course, there's a structure and a task and a leadership that's been provided. But within that, they're quite free to do whatever it is that they want to do with this. As I said, you'll start seeing blue lines come up here and there. You can see some on the top. You can see some over there. These blue lines are somebody sitting in Lagos who is probably calculating what he needs to do for formwork today and where the cutouts are. So he's doing his own thing. He doesn't need to be talking to me or you, the project lead who's sitting in New Delhi. There is obviously somebody here who is tracking the money that is going into it and looking at how much money they want to spend in the next 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, what the cost of that fund is going to be, how much it is going to cost them in terms of interest values, how are they going to return that money once this building is either sold or rented. And as the building becomes faster or slower, they also can track in real time how much money this building is going to make for them and whether it is really worth it or not. And on that note, I want to talk about sustainability. And I read from one of my clients sent some information to me, and it's such a simple, beautiful statement. I had been having a back and forth argument with the MD of this company about the typology of air conditioning to be used in their company, and I was really pushing very hard for a particular technology that we wanted to use, and she kept saying that, look, it's not making sense for us financially. And she sent me a 1-line rejection note today in the morning, which makes so much sense. She wrote to me a 1-line saying, Amin, the route to sustainability is profitability. We need to be profitable before we are sustainable. I've stopped arguing with her because it's so true. If you do not have adequate amounts of money that allow your businesses to flourish and run, you really cannot be sustainable. I mean, look at the guys sitting in front. Kavi's already let us in on the fact that he's been around 40 years in this industry. There are others who are longer. How did they get here? They got here because they're sustainable. They've been able to sustain this passion over 40 years by investing in the correct technologies and the correct thought processes and the correct methodologies of doing their work at a time when it was needed. They're here because they're profitable. So therefore, the understanding of finance is something that I believe is important. And today, fintech is again available on these platforms where a large part of big data analytics on the funding and financing of buildings can be done that you control and not somebody else. One of our key grouses when we design is, I had a brilliant idea, the client didn't understand, and he built something else. Again, I'm speaking to a room full of architects, and I believe that you know exactly what I'm talking about. But how many of us actually sit down and say, okay, the guy didn't agree to me. What was his ROI on the building or the idea that I had? And can I still push for that idea? Because I can show by data analytics and the use of big data that the linear thought that his CFO has about profitability and accountability and sustainability is actually not correct. And you can't do linear equations for it. They may be quadratic, they may be double quadratic. There are several equations that you can't even put down. I can't, I'm not a mathematician. But I know for a fact that data is available where I can predict, for example, what the price of steel is going to be over the next 8 months. Provided Mr. Putin doesn't interfere with it, you can predict it. You can't predict Mr. Putin. There is no big data available to predict Mr. Putin. But I can predict what the price of steel is going to be, let's say in West Africa or India. And my design team can actually go back to my client and say, look, this is a building which is 40 floors high. We've decided based on how the construction curve is going to be, that your building will be built in RCC up to 27 floors and steel above that. Because by the time you guys come to that level, the pricing would intersect and allow you to build in steel faster at the same money that you would spend on concrete. And you would save, let's say, 4 months. And if you're spending, whatever, 10 crore rupees a month on interest of funding, you can save yourself 60 crores by doing this. You can't analyze it in a linear manner. You will require quadratic equations. You will require big data. And it is available, and it can be mapped into this. The third tech that I want to talk about is, again, something that is mapped over here and would make a lot more sense to people who are probably in the interior business rather than the architecture business, but I will briefly touch upon it. It's data cloud mapping by using visual tools. Commonly known as drones. You can map whatever you have built, get a data cloud, a point cloud, in a few minutes for an entire building, map it back onto the model that you've put on your servers, and you can, in real time, every 15 days or 20 days or whatever it is that your slabs are being casted, you can predict the changes that are happening on account of construction flaws. And constructions have flaws. I mean, I refuse to believe anybody who stands up and say we do flawless construction. Nobody does flawless construction. Good quality construction is where you manage the flaws and you still end up having a good product despite the flaws that happened. But imagine the tool that you have which allows you to see the flaw as the structure is happening and adapt your engineering and facade and whatever else needs to get done to that flaw, thereby taking away the need to do site work. The most amount of time, if we analyze our building construction industry, the most amount of time is actually done measuring and remeasuring the site that has been constructed to adapt it to what needs to get done next. The facade is not fitting, the door is not fitting, the windows are not this and that, we need to put the ceiling lower, etc. All of that can be done in a matter of minutes if you use point cloud systems. It's more important for people who are doing interiors, but it's a technology that I wanted to talk about. And I want to close with the last technology that I think is already happening. Probably we need to speed up our response times to it. We've been using the internet for a long time. I think the pandemic and its ensuing lockdowns passed relatively easily for those of us who had the good fortune of being online. Your work suffered but didn't so much because you went online, you worked from home, you did whatever you had to do. But one of the things that we are lagging behind is the concept of Internet of Things. And if you look at conventional project plans, you will see that because of the number of elements that need to happen, or number of expertise that need to happen, the role of the architect appears to be shrinking. And it's something, again, that is said very often in conferences that we attend, that, it's not like the 90s, it's not like the early 2000s. The role of the architect is shrinking. Nothing could be further from the truth. The role of the architect is not shrinking. It's just that you need to collaborate with a whole lot more people. All of those whole lot more people still need to be provided leadership. And if you understand how you need to lead them, you would be in a position to be the pivotal person around which a project or a design is developed. And that brings me back to the idea of Internet of Things. It's a simple concept. Again, all of you know it. How do you put it into your building? Is by first looking at how you want the building to perform. So while your core expertise will remain placemaking, space-making, aesthetics, textures, light, all of those things need to come together 365 days of the year, 24/7, to create a working experience for the people who live and work in these buildings. And if you can define, or if we as a team can define what that building performance ought to be, we can start writing the parameters of this building performance. And once we write the parameters of these building performance, we can take these little pieces and give them away to various engineering groups and management groups and finance groups and tell them, this is what you need to do for my building to perform. And if you run a thread through all of them, where there is an automated way, a sensor-driven way of talking to these various parameters and aspects that I'm mentioning, you will have yourself a very, very advanced BMS, which actually makes the building perform in the way you want it to. And funnily enough, you are already using it, and you're carrying it in your pocket. Your mobile phone actually is a key tool or a key to the Internet of Things. You walk into, for example, a commercial establishment, you would start getting push notifications on your favorite shoe brand or your jeans brands or whatever it is, and marketers are already using it to influence you. In fact, you can try this experiment when we take a break at some point of time. Sitting in this room together, look at the guy on the left or the right of you, and decide to search for something on the internet, specifically if that thing is to do with any kind of commercial activity, you know, the clothes that you wear or the brand of shoes that you like, etc. It is incredible. You type out the same search question, 3 of you sitting next to each other will get different results. It's scary, and it's also very beautiful. It is scary because, you know, you kind of feel vulnerable and very naked, that, you know, somebody else knows what shoes I wear and what I like and how my mind works. But it's also very beautiful because you can now use the same technology, piggyback on it, to make buildings perform in the way you want them to perform. And this can be buildings that collaborate with each other as well. I mean, after all, however successful your business might become, you will end up making 1 building or 2 buildings on a particular street in the city. But if you reach out to the other offices who are doing the rest of the 10 or 20 on that street and say, guys, can we thread these buildings together and start, for example, you know, one of the major problems that we have is parking. Can, say, for example, 20 buildings on a street have an IoT of parking systems agree to the same protocol, where if I need to go into building number 7, my phone will tell me that building number 6 has spare parking available. I can park there and I can walk to building number 7. It's a very rudimentary example of how Internet of Things can work and collaboration can work between people. Similarly, it's about material management. If you have people in a city or a region or a location working on building projects, and you can have, say, repositories of big data which are talking about common materials that you want to buy for your buildings and that you've specified, you could actually negotiate with suppliers for 10 buildings which you're not doing. So for example, glass technology or facade technology or flooring or elevators or escalators, you name it. You would talk about, oh, my building has 10 elevators and I need to go to talk to Schindler for 10 elevators. But Kavi is 2 buildings away, he's got 10, and Fountain's got 15, somebody else has got, and suddenly I am talking to Schindler for 105 elevators. Can you imagine the power in your hands? Can you imagine the negotiating authority that you have to sit down to Schindler and say, I will collectively with my group of 10 architects give you the order for 105 elevators, I want a 30% discount on the price. Or I want this technology to be done or that technology to be done. So the way the elevator looks is the architect's domain for that particular building. The way it behaves, these are the common parameters. Give me 105, they'll do it. They will do it cheaply. And that is the reason why I want to take the example of an industry that is probably the most polluting industry in the world. Well, less polluting than construction, but one of the most polluting, and I love it. And I don't love pollution, I'm from Delhi, trust me. I'm talking about the automobile industry. I am certain that in the last 2 years, we have sat through meetings, all of us, we have in our office, and I'm certain you have done too, where you're sitting and trying to explain to your client CFO that the building will now cost him 10 or 15 or 20% more because quote unquote prices have gone up. We have, right? How many of you have done it? I have. Prices have gone up. I can see lots of hands in the house. Now look at either yourself or somebody who's bought a vehicle in the last 2 years. When you walk into a car showroom, does the guy start by telling you, oh, you know the price is... He's always going to tell you, sir, is mahine booking kara lo, agle mahine na price बढ़ जाएगी. Then you go agle mahine and he'll tell you the same story. Sir, is mahine booking kara lo, agle mahine... That's a marketing gimmick. But the price of cars are not rising. Not as much. okay, maybe 50,000, 60,000 rupees, but it's not becoming 20%, 30% more. They are doing something in their process of manufacturing, irrespective of the fact that they're competing with each other. So Ford is competing with Kia, Kia is competing with Hyundai, but they're all working together in the back end to make sure that the final product and experience for their customers remains more or less the same. We're not doing it. And I believe that we should, and I believe that it is not going to expose us to the secrets of our office and the design that we're doing and the clients that we're working with. Big data can be anonymous, just as it is on your phones, just as it is telling you that, you know, you either buy Nike or you buy Under Armour or whatever it is that your favorite brand is. It can remain secret, but it can be big data that is helping you. And those are the places where people who want to fund new technology will come in. So, you know, you will notice in my talk that there is a big elephant in the room that I'm not talking about. I haven't mentioned 3D printing even once. It's the flavor of the season. Everybody's talking about it. Oh, you know, buildings are going to get printed, etc. It's a technology that is very far away. It's a story that's, you know, the bottom of this building. It's not anywhere else. But big data and the use of big data and the Internet of Things and the Internet of Collaboration is happening as I speak. And I believe that as a community, we must come together to harness this data and to harness this opportunity and make ourselves better, make ourselves more successful, make ourselves more sustainable, make ourselves happier in our practices, because it's happening right now, it's available. And also, unlike building material tech, which will require years and years of research to be able to come up with something interesting, this is something that investments can be brought about quite easily because it's a mathematical process. So the idea is collaboration, the idea is working together, but the driver or the vehicle is a mathematical process that, as I said, is invisible. It keeps you invisible, it keeps the corporate veil in front of your company. You don't need to open up the secrets, but you can collaborate and work together. So just rambling thoughts on ideas that, you know, a little bit of what we've worked on, a little bit of story in progress. This building is eventually not going to be gray, but it's a story in progress. It's a story that is evolving. And I hope that it'll be a beautiful building that I can probably show to you next year when I'm back here. And I do hope that I've been able to knock on a few windows and doors and probably more collaboration to happen between us. Congratulations to all of you once again. Thank you, Dr. Nayak and the Beginup team for allowing me this opportunity. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, that was indeed an insightful session, so please give him a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on to the next speaker for the day. It is my honor to be inviting amongst us architect Dean Gabriel de Cruz, who is the architect creative head of Mosaic. A graduate in architecture, is actively involved in professional practice as well as in academics. He has conducted numerous workshops and seminars on architecture, planning and the environment across India as well as abroad. His works and articles have been published in leading magazines in India and abroad again. Supported the Royal Institute of Art, Stockholm, Oxford Brookes University, UK, and PRATT Institute, New York, for their architectural and planning programs in Goa. He is a partner and principal architect in Mosaic Design Combine, a leading design firm based out of Goa, involved in urban intervention, architecture, conservation, product, and graphic design. Mosaic strives to provide holistic solutions to its patrons. The architectural wing of Mosaic have designed around India over 250 houses, 50 hotels, 30 housing complexes, and about 30 institutions, offices, factories, and many more. Mr. Dean de Cruz is involved in improving academic standards across the country through workshops and masterclasses and being a jury member on the large number of award platforms, bringing in the criteria that addresses environment and social issues. And speaking of him, he is the member of the state-level committee to prepare the regional plan for Goa 2021, ex-chairman Institute Indian Institute of Architect, IIA Goa Chapter, Director with Goa Foundation and Green Goa Works, organizations involved in environmental protection and environmental cleaning. Ex-Design Chair of the Goa College of Architecture, present Design Chair, Brick School of Architecture, Pune, and the achievements of this gentleman goes on and on. So maybe please give a big round of applause to invite Mr. Dean on stage, please.
Thank you, everyone, for inviting me here and sharing my own little journey in architecture. I have a confession to make. I've got a black eye, so I'm going to be a little disoriented at times. No, there's been no matrimonial problems. And in fact, I'm the victim not of a family dispute, but of bad design. I bumped my eye on the edge of a car door. So what is design, actually? Design encompasses everything around us. It's in the architecture or the interior design that we see. But design is much more than that. Design extends into a macro component and a micro component, both of which we've actually stretched our design abilities into. As part of a member, along with Charles Crew and Edgar Ribeiro, in preparing the regional plan for Goa, even though I'm not a trained planner, I extended my understanding of what space is into a much more dramatic level. And design is about understanding the bigger picture as well. How do we actually deal with issues around us, and what do we cherish more? In Goa, for example, where I worked on the regional plan for Goa, what are the various factors that we have which we need to preserve? The fields, the forest, the sea, the orchard areas, our sources of food. And how do we map them out? How do we understand that? So we started creating a plan which is really establishing all those eco-sensitive areas, mapping them for the first time, actually, all these eco-sensitive areas, and then mapping what we as designers intervene into, our places of growth, our transport network, our places where we get our resources from, whether it's in industry or food. Design is also about extending ourselves into the public realm and understanding the needs of stakeholders and people who have an interest in what their future is going to be. So in preparing the regional plan, we actually reached out to the people. We created just a framework, and we reached out to the people, and in trying to make them understand what is infrastructure and what is development all about. So to make that understandable, we divided into two main sectors, what we call the grey infrastructure and the green infrastructure. And for us as technologists, we seemingly understand only the grey infrastructure, which is our road networks, our settlement areas, our industrial areas. But there's also a green infrastructure, which is really where we get our water from, where we get our food from, where we sequester our carbon dioxide. All that is part of infrastructure. That gives us life and sustains the planet as well. So we need to understand where that happens and how we can actually put that or protect that in the correct location. And so for a typical village, we said, we need to map. So we actually gave these plans to the people and said, map your grey infrastructure, map your green infrastructure, where your fields are, and how do you actually protect it and preserve it for the future. So every village, we realize, is actually a cell of development. And Goa has about 300 or 400 villages, and each needs to be independent and autonomous in a certain way. So every village has got fields, water bodies, settlement areas, orchard areas, forests. All these almost make it independent in a way. And so every village actually started preparing their own plan. They mapped all their settlement areas, their road networks, what they aspire to, their fields. In fact, this particular village, they mapped their banyan trees, their nature trails, their bird nesting sites, all to ensure that this is mapped and protected for the future. Water is our life giver. Water is something which actually ensures that we sort of live in tune with nature. But most of our political boundaries, we see the edges of our village, the edges of our cities, they're all divided usually by roads or by some political sort of boundary, which is no real natural thing. So whereas the watershed is actually a unit of development. And India, in fact, is a complete watershed. So if we look at India, it's constituted with small streams leading to rivers, leading to lakes, water bodies, and coastal areas as well. And how do we actually network this whole array of watershed development and create a network of political systems that actually map these things? So water being the life giver, and actually you create these cells for development, which is based around water itself. In this particular village, which is a perfect watershed, it's got 2 hills on either side, a valley at the far end, and leading out, opening out to the sea. We identified 7 springs, 5 of which were dead. We identified areas where the fields could happen, where fields could be revived, where there's forest areas, where there's orchard areas. And using the traditional wisdom that we've had over the centuries, revive these systems to ensure that development is based around land and water, to ensure the soils are protected, to ensure that water is harvested in the correct way. And how do we actually communicate this to the people? By imagery, which as architects we're taught to do. It's all architecture and design is all about communication. How do we actually put the aspirational values into these areas? How do we preserve our forest areas, our beach areas, our fields? What are the potentials that we have, whether it's in tourism or in other developmental issues that we can actually project into the future? We also worked on Panjim development plans, looking at how, in an urban area, how do we actually look at road networks, settlement, envelopes, heritage buildings, and map this thing so that, again, it's a participative process in which people are involved, and they ensure that it's a development which is hand-holding and sort of across the table relationship between the government and the people. What is architecture really about building? This is a project that we worked on for the Maharashtra Tourism Development Corporation. They wanted a 40-room hotel. We said, a 40-room hotel in an area which was highly sensitive. It had backwaters, the little island areas, beach areas. So we thought, do we really need a 40-room hotel? After all, MTDC is involved in tourism. And tourism is not just about building hotels, but actually having the ability to encourage people from outside to come and share in the joy and the resources of that particular place. So while there were fisher folk in the area and farmers in the area, we proposed that actually for the fisher folks, we could actually create these floating platforms, much like the Kerala houseboats. So you could disassemble them, float in the water, and also bring it together at night time to actually create a sort of unified hotel project. We measured all the houses in the village, and we said these could be, homestays, and proposed whether renovating the house internally into more rooms or creating pavilions outside. You're giving tourism to the people itself. And all the money that would otherwise been spent in a 40-room hotel would go into development of their infrastructure, whether it's their places of worship, their jetties, their beach facilities, their marketplaces. So tourism is not just about buildings, it's also about systems. I was very happy to see that, the first on the list of people invited for this thing was educationists. And we miss out on this bit of education. And it's very important as educationists that we actually encourage young minds to sort of push boundaries. And one of the best ways to actually push boundaries is to have much freer briefs. So we often take part in competition. This is for the Paris Peace Pavilion, which is next to the Eiffel Tower. So as an exciting process, as part of our office things, we knew we'd never probably win. But just to take part in how do you actually push your own ideas based on your own geographical location and what it is. And so that's what the Paris Peace Pavilion, which is actually based on the first thing that actually people started talking about was the 9/11 issue. And that's actually the footprint of a 737 on the thing. But the footprint of the plane is also the sign of a peace sign. So the plane can be reinterpreted as a peace sign, and it's of course made with recycled metal. This is for the Baha'i. We are shortlisted to design the Baha'i temple in Bihar Sharif. This is our design. In fact, the model is made out of origami. So we only allowed sheets with no models. So we folded our paper, and when you open the whole presentation, the model pops up from the building. Now that was our potential design. And it's just an exciting process in taking part in competitions because of the great freedom that you allows. You just a very small brief. You don't have a client who keeps on telling you, no, I want this, so take something from a magazine. It allows your mind to free float. So that was our... So architecture for us is not just about the buildings, it's also about the outside space, the negative spaces, as they say in pattern language. It's the street, it's the courtyards. And so this is the housing colony design. We look at the streetscape and how do you actually deal with the streetscape, creating a unique identity for every house in that location. So every apartment is completely different from the other, each having its own entrance, its own little staircases, its own courtyards. This is for the Prestige Group also, around a single courtyard, a housing complex. So it's really looking about the local materials, how do you anchor it, and how do you create these common spaces which actually shape the architecture around you. So we really look at what the streetscape is in terms of what the front of the building is and how do you actually then work with the architecture after that. In our institutional projects as well, we look at how does the building function around these negative spaces, and it really shapes the architecture. This is an institute for the study of Konkani as a language, again around the central courtyard, where every unit is completely different from the other. So every block is completely unique in its architectural formation. So that's a library block with its thin windows for the stacks, in between the stacks. There's a classroom block, each one responding to that particular unique. It's a building which can be read on the outside as to what function really happens on the inside. Another institutional building, again, around a similar concept of a courtyard. And of course, here the challenge is also to capture, go up with its historic architecture. How do we actually draw that architecture into a contemporary building? Working on the library building for Kanda University. This is a 50,000 square foot building, which is just the library building. Again, we're challenged with the issue of how do we actually work with an architecture which has a strong regional context and with its historic architecture, using stone carved in a particular way. We created a structure which has these 3 large gopurams which actually draw on air at high level, hydrate it, take it into the building, and into a central courtyard. And 90% of the building is actually built in stone. It's a completely stone building, responding to the traditional sort of building systems that were there before. Completely wrapped around in the stone colonnade, being a hot and dry climate, one needs to shade the building a great deal. Design is also about challenging systems. This is the cathedral we've done in Karwar. The cathedral, as you know, is the mother church. It's a very formal, symmetrical, regular building. But it needs to be a building which also is welcoming to the people, not an intimidating edifice. It needs to have the power to actually draw people in. So we created a building which is a long, linear building. It's actually accessed from the side. So the entrance, therefore, is also eccentric to the building. It's an informal building, it's roofed in almost like a large house. The roof stretches across and also sort of protects the little chapels on the side. And the central building is actually tree-like. It's got these trees-like structures which float above. In fact, the structures, the roofing structure doesn't rest on the walls. It rests on these columns, which of course symbolize the apostles in Christianity. And a very simple structural system as well. This is for a building we're doing in Noida. It never got built because of the level of corruption that we have in Noida. The person over there is principled about not having to pay anything. But it's an interesting building. This is a fully dismantleable building, which is a hollow column, hollow beam system, in which all the services would actually run through the core of the system, including the air conditioning system, which should be a high velocity like we have in, say, buses. And those, of course, the green concepts, thermal underground cooling, green walls, solar pergolas on the thing. Unfortunately, this project has been stuck now. Design is also about being empathetic to the environment and not just the environment, but social issues. This was an empty piece of land in an area where a lot of slum kids used to play in. And the school would operate only from about 8 in the morning to about 1 in the afternoon. This is a primary school. So we decided that what if we design a school which, in the hours where there's no school on, especially Saturday, Sunday even. So for actually 90% of the time, the ground is actually empty. So what if we actually free it up? So we created a building which actually split. So there would be a lower level where the kindergarten level was, a mid-level which was actually a giant open pavilion, and a top level where the primary school was going to be. So when school was over, they would be able to lock up the lowest most level and the uppermost level, and allow the slum kids back into the area as well. Working on another school in Bijapur, again, we had challenged with the thing of how do you create a building which is in a hot and dry climate, which is not air conditioned. So we proposed a building which is actually a very simple column grid system, which is actually these chimney-like structures, which again are cooling devices where you take in hot air at a high level and draw it in, hydrate it, take it down to a lower level, and brick is easily available in Bijapur. Being a hot and dry climate, thermal cooling through using evaporative cooling is very simple to do. And the walls are all modular, so soundproof walls. So you can keep on changing the configuration of classes, making them bigger, repositioning them in the design. This is for the same group, actually, just their classroom and auditorium block, using principles, again, of natural light and cooling systems in the building, where you have an underfloor system for cooling and taking the hot air out. Yeah. About 15 years ago, we were shortlisted to do the Sustainable Building Center for the Pune municipality. Unfortunately, it never got built. But it allowed us for a greater understanding of what sustainability is all about, whether it's technologies or materials, and how does one really deal with those aspects in an architectural design. This hotel is what really threw us into the limelight about almost 22 years ago. It's called Nilay, which is built on top of a hill, rated as one of the 100 best small hotels in the world at that time. But it also threw up, as somebody mentioned over there, we're talking about sustainability. And for me, sustainability has really been about being low cost. Having come from a background where Laurie Baker was a big influence on the way we practiced, we looked at sustainability from the point of view, how do we actually be practical about things? So in building, we actually, it's on top of hills, we excavated the rock and built the building with the rock from on top of that hill, therefore bring much less materials up to it, and created a freeform building which actually responded to the layout of trees all around the place, preserving things, minimizing use of wood. So even the window frames was just rebated stone, using materials that were easily recycled or easy to grow. Coconut wood, for example, which can last 100, 200 years if you treat it well. It's maybe not very straight, but you learn to deal with that. That's the only one concrete column in the whole building. And also recycling materials, whether it's the Kerala columns or the tiles, and bring back traditional systems. This is an 11-meter diameter brick dome, which was built in 4 days. Just mud bricks and mud mortar, of course, with the cement covering on top there. So how do you recall systems? And it's so easy to actually bring back these traditional systems of construction. Over the years of practice, we've trained about 200 masons to actually build in natural systems which use traditional technologies and wisdom as well. That's a couple of the rooms in the building using brick domes. And since we're talking about architecture and interiors, how do you actually integrate the architecture? Jason just asked me a little before, what's the difference between architecture and interior design? And actually there isn't. It's a subset of architecture, and it's a detail of architecture, a much needed detail of architecture. As architects, we create the space, and the interior designer walks in and does the detailing. But it has to be a connected process, where there is no disconnect, there's no difference between the architecture and interior. And so when we work, the easiest way to work with an architecture and interior is create a theme. So for example, the star room, the sun room, and create these details which actually respond with its form, its colors, in a certain way. And that's the moon room, the sea room, and the earth and fire room. So all these are really themes which can give you direction and give you purpose in the way you actually create your architecture. More recently, we constructed a room which is actually a Nubian vault inspired by Fateh, which is just a simple brick vault. Of course, the front canopy is a ferrous cement canopy, and that's the inside of the room. As I said, architecture is all about the outside space as well. So in designing this particular hotel, we first created the streets and the courtyards. We first designed all the spaces that connect the building. The actual shape of the rooms came from the negative spaces. So all the shape of all the architecture around that is actually the negative bit. We saved all the trees and built around it. So it's just an amorphous layer of streets and courtyards, and whatever's left over becomes the architecture in the space. Yeah. And very simple interiors as well. Yeah. So every project has a strong theme to it, which connects the architecture to the interiors in this particular hotel called Posada Toma, which in Portuguese means the resting place. We use the themes of the sea, the hills, the fields as a starting theme. So how do you look at the sea rooms, and for example, and take the sea themes into a certain sort of detailing concept. The field rooms, drawing from the patterns that you see in fields and in nature. For example, the bamboo and terracotta flooring, or the hill rooms and more solid colors and forms. And everywhere it was an experiential thing. Every room, of course, was completely unique, because hospitality is all about the experience. It's all about creating an architecture in which you can write home about and say that, I stayed in this room, and every time you visit the place, you can stay in a different sort of environment as well. That's the entrance gate, actually. And our style over the years has been completely changing. This is a hotel called Coconut Creek, where we're inspired by the Southeast Asian architecture as well, creating pavilions, an architecture that's transparent, which is ideal for a hot and humid climate as well that we have in Goa. So it's actually, it's called Coconut Creeks because it's in a coconut grove with a creek running through it, and it's around the central pool. In hospitality, you're always challenged with the back of house, as they say. The back of house is an area where all your services are, which your kitchens, your storerooms, your laundry rooms, and everything. And that forms a major component of your infrastructure in a hotel. So here we actually created a giant plinth where the whole back of house actually sits under the whole reception and public areas and the restaurant and thing. So it almost disappears. You don't realize that actually behind that is actually all your service areas. And you slowly transition up to the things. You don't feel you have to walk up to a first floor on the building. And the rooms, of course, are just simple pavilions with air-conditioned rooms down and non-AC rooms on top there. And as I said, we keep on changing our styles. This is a funky hotel we did, which is in Kalangut, which is, there's no architectural heritage left in some of our tourism areas. So we decided to be inspired by the 3 mango trees that were on site, and responded to the mango leaf theme that ran through the whole building. Again, minimal use of wood. It's mainly steel, cement board. And since we have a strength of actually having a product design wing in our office, we were able to get into a level of detailing which responded to that particular theme, designing the lighting, the furniture, everything within the office, including the fabrics as well, chairs. So since we're talking about architecture and interior design, this is the project where we actually took it whole hog. It's for the Taj. It's a spa for them, an Ayurvedic spa for them. It wasn't in an existing shell of a building, which we had gutted completely. And we created a sequence of understanding historic nature, where Ayurveda came from, basically from the Kerala snake temples especially, and how it got drawn into it, and what are the responses of a temple in terms of light and scale. So you actually enter an area which is celebrated where the deep stambha is. You enter an area which is fairly open, brightly lit, like an hotel-like space where you could rest. A slightly more compressed space, darker, where you get your refreshments. Of course, you don't get a foot massage in a temple, but we indulge ourselves. And then an area of contemplation, where basically where the only light source actually is from a water body, where the light bounces off the water into the room. And the inner wall, of course, is lit with diyas. And the rooms are done thematically: earth, air, fire, water, the couples massage rooms, and they also look onto the garden, but the outside of the building also responding like a Kerala temple mounted with diyas, and of course a little soak tub outside. But to do this, we actually had to understand what temples were all about and draw our influences from the thing. You can see how for that particular temple near the bottom, the light bouncing off the water, drawing in these little nuances that you see in a traditional architecture and reinterpret them into a contemporary version. We looked at how do you actually look at the signages that were dedicated in the space, creating their whole spa catalog, their whole menu, spa menu for the place, doing all the detailing of their little books and handovers, their little soap trays, everything, every little detail right down to the minutest that we could go to. And it takes a great deal of involvement, but it creates an architecture that is superfluous, that moves into and transitions through the interior design into a product level, the most micro level you can go into. This is a beach resort called Origami. And the reason it's called Origami because we wanted an architecture which was much more responsive to the lightweight architecture that we see in Japan. It was an existing structure where we had to add these wooden cabins. And the Japanese are masters really at the lightweight architecture, especially in wood. So we felt we needed to respond or theme it in a very Japanese style. So our whole architecture and interiors actually were themed around a very Japanese sort of approach of low-lying, slung, natural materials. And every room was done in these, the 4 themes that we choose were the seasons really, winter, autumn, summer, fall. And it's right down to the detail of, what the fabrics were, we even got a haiku written for each particular season of the room in it. And we lifted whatever furniture we could off the ground. So you realize it doesn't sit on a plinth, it's off the ground. You can see the stonework below. And responded in every detail right down to the fabrics in the detailing. The 2 permanent rooms, of course, are the sun and moon rooms, again responding to a sun theme and a moon theme in it. We've done a lot of lodges across the country, a few for the Taj and many for other groups. This is for the Taj in Pinch. And you're suddenly challenged by a different sort of material palette and also the skills that are locally available as well. So, of course, we use the jungle wood that you can actually source from the local forest department, from fallen trees, everything, and created, like, for this particular lodge, a machan-like structure, which is just a wooden structure where you have the sleeping area above, and that's a detailing. And for another Taj project, Mawakoti, which is basically like a little mud hut over there. But of course, it's driven by technology. It's got a double walling system. It's heated in winter and then cooled in summer. And it's built locally. So for both projects, we actually got local craftspeople involved. And the local men built it. The local women actually did all the decoration for it. And we sourced whatever materials we could from the local villages as well. It's very simple, straightforward, looks like a village hut, all built-in furniture, but yet has the technology behind it to make it comfortable for a 5-star hotel. And these are a few other lodges that we've done across the country. This is in the Satpura range. Responding always to the climatic conditions, to the material availability, and to the local skills that are there. That's the public space here. So every location responding to a particular, and this is of course a tree house. It was an existing tree house that was just half built, and we refined it and created the tree-like aspects. And the riverfront, of course, these riverfront stone rooms. But when we look at lodges, we also look at, it's not just about the aesthetics of the building, it's also how do you respond climatically to the building. So how do we respond to it in winter time? How do we actually passively heat it in winter? And how do we passively cool it in summer? So this is an essential part in the use of materials and understanding natural systems to make sure that we're creating a comfortable environment as well. In the houses that we design, we also look at how do we actually draw from whatever we've learned. And though Goa has a great traditional architecture, we realize that the traditional architecture that we have, which is so-called influenced by Portuguese architecture, is not really climatically responsive to the place. And therefore, we look at the Kerala architecture. I'm half Keralite myself, so I've easily embraced the Kerala approach to architecture where it's far more pavilion-like and creating spaces which are semi-open, that connect to the outside. And this building is actually 3 pavilions which are interconnected by these connector spaces. Verandas would actually bridge spaces rather than the edge of spaces. And it's also about detailing every aspect of doors, windows in the space. For this particular house, for somebody in Goa, but of course Kerala background, we even got Kerala carpenters to actually come down and do a very traditional roofing system to it. It's just a series of pavilions that interconnect as well. And when one is talking about integrating the architecture, it's how do you actually draw from, say, the lightweight nature of the architecture and extend that philosophy into the interiors as well. Another house, again, you can see the strong Kerala influence, which is actually almost a single space house. It's one giant roof which covers the space. And architecture really is about, first, primarily creating that roof. It's a protector from the environment. And the walls, especially in an area like Goa, which we were not looking at major issues of security or privacy, are almost minimal. So we were challenged by different climatic, and we're also challenged by what the uniqueness or the idiosyncrasies of the clients that we work with. So sometimes we're working with art collectors. So this is a house for an art collector. We had to integrate the art into the architecture itself. For another artist, a friend artist, Subodh Kerkar, where again we're integrating his art into the architecture. He works with terracotta and with metalwork a lot. It's just 3 interconnected concrete walls. And the whole northern face of the building is actually done in his artwork. That's where you don't get rains or direct sunlight from. So it's very gentle light that actually enters the building. One thing we realized in practicing architecture is not just about permanent buildings, it's also about a temporal architecture. So we worked a lot in temporal architecture, through lodges and through other projects. This is for the Taj in Bentota. It's just a beach shack, and since we have the ability to work with product design, we prototype the furniture, lighting, everything here locally, and get it built over there. It's a very simple, lightweight building. Similarly, we've done it for the Taj in Goa as well. This building, in fact, is built for 9 lakhs, and it earns 50,000 rupees profit every night from the building. So in 2 weeks, they've covered the cost of the whole building. So, and where does it happen in architecture? So why can't we look at a temporal architecture, an architecture which is temporary in nature? It doesn't matter if you have to build it every season. It's still worth it. It's also about getting your hands connected to the earth. So we take part whenever we get a chance to actually build as an office together. This is for the Serendipity Festival in Goa. They asked us to build a pavilion. So we got the whole office together, got the bamboos, and it's just a simple bamboo structure with steel wires. So we realized that when you work with natural materials, you don't really have to be so strict about it. You need to use technology as well. So it's actually stainless steel wires and bamboo, which is the natural material. So you're blending new technologies with old technologies and materials in creating a structure as well. Moving more into product design, which we also dabbled in. When you look at product design, we think of it, do we have a serious client about it? But here we extended ourselves into addressing what are the major issues that we face in the construction industry. In the construction industry, you have workers who actually work in construction sites. They work 3-6 months. They have full families with them and kids that move on as well, and the kids don't really get a proper education. So why don't we have a school that actually moves with the construction workers? So these moving schools are funded by a Danish aid agency. Is actually a fold-up. It's nothing great in design. It's just trailer tractor bed. The side walls actually fold up when you move it. And there's even a teacher who teaches Kannada and moves around with the construction workers, kids as well. So it's all about addressing social needs in things. We work with environmental issues with a friend for creating a line of plates. We work with waste materials, creating toys and other artifacts out of waste materials. Addressing environmental issues. This is a mushroom which we're putting up in schools, a composting station. Where it allows kids to actually take part in the whole composting process. They can actually turn the top of the mushroom and churn the garbage to get a better aeration of it. This is for the Indian Railways. This, of course, my partners worked on. These are the fronts of the high-speed trains, the new high-speed trains that are coming out, and that's the Skybus, which got scrapped, of course. For the vehicle industry, working on truck platforms, and working on design. As I said, you're addressing social issues. So in Goa, we have lamanis, which are basically gypsies that actually collect garbage in the areas, and usually it's women who have to carry these loads on their backs. So we actually work with an NGO to design these tracks. So they can carry a lot more luggage and with far more dignity, a lot more garbage, far more dignity, being able to ride these tracks. Of course, working with the various automobile industries, creating new bus layout seatings, and the typical, of course, product design lines of generator covers and fans. So a lot of the IFB machines that you see that you use actually have been designed in our office. Some of the new lines of Crompton Greaves fans and lights are designed in our office. We try and bring new products into the market. This is a fan that we've sold to Crompton Greaves as a concept. These are the machines that are designed for IFB. And for a lot of other industries in terms of basically casings for machines and communication. And of course, some fun items as well. This is a line we started called YES, which is your everyday stainless steel. So how do you actually take stainless steel as a material, minimize the amount of wastage, and therefore it's just a cut and bend sort of system of using stainless steel as a base material to create products. Lighting and chairs. Yeah. So it's, while going into the detail of design, it's a great amount of fun expression that you can have, far more than you can have in architecture. And while a lot of it may not see fruition, it's a great experience as well. Yeah. And that's us. So that's our location. We've located in a place called Design Valley, where we've got friends to buy into this little colony, where we have the 3 central buildings in it. We have a large area which we do permaculture, the food forest, and we've got 3 buildings here, which is the left is the architecture building, complete right is the product line building, and the center is design center, where we create outreach programs, where we look at programs which are looking at environmental and social issues as well. And those are our buildings with the interiors. And that's our office at the edge of the forest. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful session. Can we hear it loud for sir, please? This is indeed an exquisite session. Thank you so much. It's a great honor to have you with us today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am super thrilled to be inviting our next speaker on stage, because he's definitely going to get each one of you on your toes. You must be wondering, a speaker is coming up on stage, and how is he possibly going to get all of you on toes? Let me introduce to you the very young, the very lively, absolutely zestful Abhishek Bhaskar, who is a beatboxer, award-winning architect, 3D world builder, digital NFT artist, and entrepreneur by default. One of India's leading beatboxers with over 750 shows and beatboxing workshops across India. First ever beatboxer to work on the project for the United Nations, where he collaborated with 1,200 plus singers from 12 countries to promote international peace. Ex-youth brand ambassador for Adidas Originals and JBL, CEO and founder for Be The Beatbox, India's first and leading startup to conduct live beatboxing tutorials. First Indian beatboxer to feature in a concept commercial for Pepsi, conducted India's biggest beatboxing workshop at VR Mall with 3,500 plus participants, along with Virat Kohli and Chris Gayle, and also Ranveer Singh, founder of the Dirt Lab and design-centric firm focusing on design, education, research, and technology, one of India's leading NFT artists and creator of Meta Voice Project, which is the world's first beatboxing-generated digital art NFT series. And above all, he is an absolute entertainer. So ladies and gentlemen, please get your energies up high and give a big round of applause to invite Abhishek Bhaskar onto the dais, please.
All right. Hello. All right. Before we need the energy up. All right. Hello. Hi. Okay. How many of you know what is beatboxing? I've been asking this question for the past 12 years, ever since I started beatboxing. How many of you actually know what is beatboxing? Raise your hand up. Okay. Around 10 people. For the others who don't know what exactly beatboxing is, it's basically all those sounds came out of my mouth. That is beatboxing. Did you guys like that? Super. Now we need the energy much higher. All right, so make me a promise. So everyone get your right hand up. This is not going to be a monologue, all right? This is going to be a dialogue. So everyone, put your right hand up, all right? And repeat after me. I, your name. Much louder, much louder. I, your name, will, for the next 15 minutes, do whatever Baba Abhishekananda tells me to do. All right? You're going to be as active as possible. This is not me who's going to be performing, it's you who's going to be performing. All right? Let's do a quick test. Everyone has legs here, right? Yes? Come on, sir. All right? Okay. Use your right leg to stomp once. All right? 1. We're on the ground floor. No worries. All right? 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's do that with beatboxing. So I am a beatboxer and an architect, designer as well, right? So I like fusing beatboxing with people. It's called the Meta Voice Project. That's a shameless plug. But what I want people to do is react to my beatboxing, all right? So when you listen to this sound, you're going to stomp once. Your right leg. And third sound is clap. Can you clap? Everyone has hands, right? All right, now, how many of you use your mouth to speak, to eat, right? Can you scream as loud as possible right now? In 3, 2, 1. Much louder. Backbenchers need to be louder. All right, in 3, 2, 1. All right, we're going to associate that sound with. Everyone is trying to beatbox. All right, okay, let's do this. No one is screaming. All right, let's do this one more time. Scream as loud as possible. Only front benches are active. All right, 3, 2, 1. The first 10 rows don't scream anything. All right, the last backbenchers in 3, 2, 1. Oh, very nice, very nice. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is beatboxing. And before I move on to my actual presentation, why I'm actually here, I just want to do one more quick. How many of you know Rajnikant here? Everyone. There's a specific reason why I chose Mr. Rajnikant. I think only a few people know this. All right. If Mr. Rajnikant had to beatbox, how would it go? Do we have anyone from Chennai here? Or anyone who's a Tamilian? Raise your hand up. Yes, I think I saw you raise your hand up first, sir. Yes, the one who's doing this. Can you come up? Yes. Do we have one more person who can come up on stage, who wants to be an amazing sport? Yes, you can just come up, sir. Who's your best friend, by the way? Oh, both of you are coming. I love it, love it. Okay. Now, let's do one thing. I'm going to teach the audience. Please come. And you're going to be the teachers. You're going to be the professors for the next 2 minutes, all right? So can everyone stand up? I said this is not going to be a monologue. I want the energy. Yes, yes, please come on stage. Please come on stage. All right? The beat is called Tapanguttu, which is like a very local South Indian beat, right? I'm sure you know what the Tapanguttu is, right? And you're going to teach them, and they're going to mimic you in terms of dancing. So everyone is going to dance, including the backbenchers. I can see. I have laser eyes. All right? Ready? Can the audience give them a countdown from 10? 10, 9. Dance hard, no. 4, 3, 2, 1. Professors, 1 second. Students are not doing. Students, come on. Syllabus is already ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Everyone is doing this. Don't want to burn calories, no? But sir, thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is what I love, all right? People instantly coming up on stage. Okay, before I do my last bit, I want to start off with the presentation. Every year, I try to come up with what's the next scary thing for architecture. And every year in 2019, I spoke about why have in real life awards. And the next year, the pandemic happened, right? And then I spoke about metaverse, and we're here. So I've been into NFTs, metaverses, and basically blockchain, the Web3 life, which is the next evolution of the web, right? And I came across something recently, when I say recently, a year ago, where architecture is merging with artificial intelligence. What I mean by that is, I think, to Sir's point, architects, can we be more relevant creatively? That became my question. Right now, architects are doing so many things, but what if all the repetitive tasks could be taken over by AI, right? That became the question. Does the clicker work? Okay, this is my pretty face. This is what I do. I also work as a metaverse and NFT consultant. I'm an architect, and most of the work I do is in the metaverse right now, as I speak. So my in real life architecture is going, I'm going away from it, and I'm going into digital architecture in the most truest sense, which means, how many of you have used a VR headset, a virtual reality headset, right? So we plug into that and we go into a digital universe, right? If you haven't seen the movie Ready Player One, please, right after you get the award and once you go back home, please watch that movie. That is what we're eventually heading into. So I've done a bunch of things in the metaverse space ever since last year. I've launched my own NFT line, which is called the Meta Voice Project, which allows you to see the human voice rather than just hear it. So you could hear beatboxing right now, but you just saw my lips move, which doesn't make any sense, right? To actually see the technical details of the human voice, that was called the Meta Voice Project. This is what it is. This is a visual representation of my human voice. So if you want more information, it's all on the blockchain as well. It's on the Tezos blockchain, so you can check that. Coming to the metaverse, I'm just going to graze through this very quickly because my main topic is going to be AI-based architecture. Metaverse essentially means a digital universe. Meta is digital, universe is a universe. So it's a digital universe that we are heading into. Every single architect here has worked with a digital 3D model, right? What if you could give that to your clients? Just give it to them as a digital thing where they can plug in and they can spend time in that particular universe. What if they're sitting in Dubai and the architectural site is in, say, Bangalore or somewhere in India? They could still plug in and get that experience by using the metaverse, as simple as that. Just to understand what happens to the human mind when you spend every single night in the metaverse, I ran that experiment on myself. I spent 31 nights of my Jan 2022 in the metaverse. And what I can say is, unless there are other people to accompany you, this is one of the cons of the metaverse. It feels very scary. If you imagine you're the only person in Bangalore, you're the only person in this hall, you'll start feeling scary. But imagine you're the only person in a whole city. It becomes way more scarier. So definitely, the more we adopt the metaverse, the more friendlier it gets. And that's about it. That's one of the biggest cons that I came across. These are all the different sites in the metaverse. I'll show you different projects. That's my avatar in the metaverse. It's very basic right now, but again, it's still a baby. It's way more earlier. We are way too early. This is barely 1 year old, and we're already having so much of input from designers. Someone has to design the metaverse, right? So all these are different spots in the metaverse where normal people can go and spend time, but someone has to build all this out. That is where architects come in, and someone has to design that place, right? Okay, so this building is owned by the Winklevoss brothers, who are the enemies of Mark Zuckerberg, the co-founders, the ex-co-founders of Facebook. So they own that building, all these different projects. All these, if you think about it, they're nothing but 3D models, which anyone could design. And I can imagine engineers' head exploding in my next statement. The laws of physics don't apply in the metaverse, right? You could have a floating building, no columns, and it still works because ultimately people are in a digital space, they won't actually fall down. So that is something very cool and creative about the metaverse. So this was a few concerts. And if you think metaverse is a new concept, it's definitely not. It's a concept from 1980s. And these are all the companies that have already adapted. So we're already late in the game. And this has been an adoption for the past, I think, almost 10 years, where people have been building a digital universe, so to speak. the reason why people require a digital universe, that is more of a very philosophical concept which we won't get into right now. But essentially think of it as you get to experience things which you wouldn't otherwise in real life. So that's the whole concept. And I know it's very controversial to say this, but this is an eventuality that we're heading into. And the reason why I'm presenting such topics is so that we know what's ahead of us, right? As architects, we need to understand what will happen to our profession 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. We can't expect to, do what we're doing and just, keep doing that forever. So especially right now, it's moving very, very quickly, and the way we're moving, it's becoming very digital. And I consider what I'm doing as being the gatekeeper for architecture so that we can protect our own industries as much as possible without AI intervention, which I'll get to. So these are some of the places where people are already hiring for the metaverse from an architectural perspective. You can build out your metaverse, you can give it to your clients. So imagine building a city for your client. I'll show what that is as well. Okay, so is AI the future of architecture? So again, I believe this is an eventuality. As much as we might not like it, as much as it might be a hindrance or even a barrier to our job as architects, I think this will play a role in our future of design ultimately. This is something that AI you can train your own bot. So how Sir said, you can train your masons and things like that, right? You can train your AI bots as your babies themselves. So the more you train them, the more quickly they learn. And the beauty of AI is right now, I can be creative as one single entity, as one human, right? But what if we could bring the creative concept of and add it with everyone over here in this room? So think of that particular amount of creativity that we can generate when we plug everyone's brain and add that data. So all those ideas can be plugged in. So that is what the AI does. The more you train it, the more you feed it data, the better it gets at outputting whatever result you'd like. So this is a very interesting project that I recently came across. This is by Daniel Kohler. He's an assistant professor at the University of Texas at Austin. He's been researching heavily into AI-based architecture of how we can provide data, not just for actual architecture, but from a conceptualization perspective, purely from a concept perspective, right? You can't actually build such objects right now, but to get an idea of what could be, right? Imagine if your client asks you, okay, give me 700 options or 100 options of what it could be. There's no way you can do it in 5 minutes, but something like this where you can ask the client to describe it, because everything with AI is text-based. So I could, if I had to describe Bangalore, give me a radial city with 3 rings, right, which will be the ring roads, and give me, say, 1 million people in that. So everything is text-based. So I'll show you how it works, the text prompts. But essentially, he is looking into forest architecture, of how we can use AI to merge it with forest and architecture, right? So these were some of the outputs which the AI gave him just using text, nothing else, nothing more than that. These are something from an architectural perspective where he conceptualized urban spaces to design these. Look at if I can get you to take one takeaway from this, look at the proportions, look at the floor heights, and this is, we're talking about an AI, not an actual person. How is it able to conceptualize that? All those things, and even the trees. It could just easily give 1 floor and give a 100-floor tree. How does it understand scale? That's what, it blows my mind every single time. And the proportions are beautiful. How does it conceptualize that particular light coming in from there? There's no way, if you had to train a 1-day-old human in architecture, I don't think we'll be able to get that output, right? So this is literally 5-10 minutes, not even that, it's probably 1 or 2 minutes worth of design time that it's collating with all the images that it has, and it's making one particular object from this entire mass of information that is there. From an interior design perspective and a residential perspective, you can just feed it information that give me a furniture with this, maybe give, you can say Zaha Hadid, right, as one of the inspirations. So all those things can be text-based prompts. which will eventually give you. So I want grass in front of my window. This is, if you think about it, it's exactly how your clients describe their requirements to you, right? I need some grass in front of my windows, or no, I need a door here, I need a door there. You can exactly specify all those things, and the AI will do it for you. So there is a very controversial question which I'll ask at the end of this presentation as well. Yeah, this goes back to the architecture again. This won an award as well. So this is, you take a rock formation and put I think there is some, it's a library or something, but essentially that is what you can even feed information into what exactly that you want. Do you want a library? Do you want something else? You can exactly specify what it is that you require. This is something, again, Daniel has been researching on vertical cities, vertical forest cities again. And look at the scale, look at the proportions of each, and these are all different options. If you had to give this to your client, if your client asked you, okay, build me a forest-based Burj Khalifa in 10 minutes, I want it by tomorrow. Again, time is money. Like, there's no way you can't say no to your client, right? You could say no, but yeah. So look at the proportions, and this is, everything is not done by hand, it's just by saying text. Maybe you, the text could be, give me, say, 50 floors with people in it, give me 20% of it covered in trees, something like that. Because when you're calculating glass percentage on facades, that's what we do, we calculate the glass percentage. Same thing, we can mention it as forest percentage, or the number of trees that are there, right? How practical it is, we don't need to worry. It's still in a very conceptual stage because it's so early. We'll get into reality once we train the AI enough that it can produce realistic results. This is another research from an interiors perspective. Just look at the way it conceptualizes. I think that's a shelf or something that was the input. And this is the interiors of a particular house. So the scale is incredible. I don't know how it calculates the proportions for this. I'm still mind blown at this. Okay, so this is something which I'll be presenting as my own works. I'm very interested in city-based design and large-scale design. So I asked AI to design a utopian city for myself. So I just wanted to see what the AI is thinking of. And this, the bottom part that you see, that is the text prompt. So I said, give me a futuristic floating city in space with gardens, trees, and mountains surrounding the city, and liquid gold flowing from the sky. Again, this was at 2 a.m. in the morning, so don't ask me why I went for liquid gold. From the sky, rivers filled with the colors of the rainbow, spaceships in the sky. And this is what the output I received. And this was within 1 minute. It didn't even take very long. So I'm not talking about whether we're actually going to build this. This will give us the concept, the idea, right? What if we get 700 ideas like this in a matter of 10 minutes? We can make our own city using our human creativity and our emotions, right? What separates us as architects from AI is right now is creativity and emotions. If you remove emotions, everything else becomes a parameter. Emotions is the only current thing that you can't give parameters to, but I'm sure if we keep going at this pace, you will be able to parameterize the emotion part of human life as well. So this is something that it returned. I think I mentioned spaceships as well. It's given some random outputs. And these were the options it gave within like 30, 40 seconds. Yeah, so this was the rainbow. See how it's interpreting, again, the scale. So look at the buildings with the greenery, with the lakes. It's actually trying to understand what I'm trying to give. And it's something which is from scratch. So the more I keep feeding futuristic cities, utopian cities, there's another type of city I generated as well. So all these will keep refining it. So how we develop assets for our own companies in terms of whether it's, say, some specific Revit families from a BIM perspective or some other training masons, right? So this is what we are training our bot to do, right, eventually, so that it will give us enough concepts which we can share with our clients and quickly get things moving. So this is another vertical city, but I wanted AI to go the Baroque way. And I said Baroque style futuristic vertical city of 300 floors because I wanted to see if the AI can understand 300 floors. Gardens in every balcony, modern skyline, futuristic roadways connecting city. Again, I went for the Hyperloop sort of idea. Spaceships, lakes nearby. So let's see what it gave out. So this is something, it turned out. Look at the 300 floor concept that it's trying to, generate from a, again, Baroque architecture perspective. So it's giving me some domes, giving me some, I think there's a huge plinth over there, and things like that. So these are the outputs that you can quickly expect. Even if you take one building from it, imagine if you got into architecture today, will you be able to do this in 2 minutes? You have no understanding of 300 floors or whatever it is, right? So that is how quickly architecture is evolving. So the question then becomes, is this going to be our enemy or our friend, right? So think about that when you're looking at these images. And this is something, I'm a major member of the cyberpunk society. So very futuristic, very sort of dystopian concepts. So I asked it to design a cyberpunk city for myself because obviously I will do that. I'm an architects as usual. We have a lot of self requirements. So I went for the year 2077, cyberpunk city, neon lights, spaceships, water bodies, I don't know why, night hyperloop, green trees, utopian dystopia skyscrapers. So this was the output that it gave me, right? So look at how it's trying to understand. It's designing the city by itself. It's giving road networks by itself. I'm not doing anything here. I just gave that text. That's my only responsibility. So who's the architect in this case? That's another question, right? Whether I'm the designer or I'm presenting someone else's work. So I don't consider myself as an architect or the designer of these things anymore. It's the AI and the collective creative juices that are flowing inside this. So it gave me this huge cyberpunk city, and again, cyberpunk you associate with neon lights and things like that. So yeah, so this is it also understood my text that I'm trying to generate. So I just mentioned Abverse. It made this entire city block happen. And what I'd like you to think about is how can architects work with this, right? If this keeps happening, it'll be an eventuality between before your clients understand the power of this, right? They'll quickly generate it. This will become the new Pinterest, right? I'm sure you've dealt with clients who've shown you Pinterest images, right? I want something like this, I want something like that. So this will be the future Pinterest, where clients will generate it for themselves. They'll describe whatever they want, get the output, and bring it to you. So before that happens, we as architects, I think we have a responsibility. But again, there is no moral grounds as to which direction we're going to choose, right? Whether it's going to be, we're going to go against this, definitely right, or we're going to go with this, and we're going to help collaborate with this, and we're going to build our own bots for ideation perspectives. And also, that is something we need to be prepared with have a very good answer for that. We can't just be like, no, we're not going to do this. Clients are not going to like that, because clients will eventually figure all these things out. Right? Imagine if you could conceptualize within 2 minutes. So what will be the role of architects then? So it's definitely the creative aspects and the emotional aspects of it. If monetary is a perspective, they're also bringing in monetary parameters. So give me, maybe in the future, in maybe 2 years' time, give me a house worth 50 lakhs. Right? It'll generate n number of options, because we as architects, all our devices is a data point, as Sir said. So it's all listening to whatever I'm speaking. I can, you just go watch a few documentaries about that. Every single data point is being recorded as we speak, right? So every data saying that, okay, this house is worth 20 lakhs, this house is worth 50 lakhs, this is 1 crore, 10 crores. So it's all being recorded. So everything is being fed into these AI bots, which can generate these ideas for you. What I'd like to leave you with, the core intent is we humans are meant purely for creative aspects. Everything else will be taken over eventually by AI or robots. Nothing more than that, right? That is one thing I'd like to leave you with. There is another sort of very controversial question on this, but I'll save that for the next award ceremony. But yeah, do we have any questions on this? No? Yeah, so this is built on Midjourney. So you can just Google Midjourney. You need to have Discord at the moment. It's an app. And you can generate it purely using text-based prompts. So it's a beautiful aspect just for you to sort of boost your creative understanding of what it could be, and then start building it from there. Think of these as your initial sketches when you're an architect, right? So you build from your initial sketches into your end results. End results is where the architects come in. Midjourney, M-I-D, journey. You need a Discord app. Discord is like a WhatsApp feature, yeah. So you get onto it, you join the Discord server, the group, and then you can just put in your text and you'll get it from there. Yeah. So this is what we are sort of, I'm not going to say battling with, but we have to be prepared for the future. So how we're going to adapt to these things as architects, that's completely up to you. Scared? Okay. Let's do this. All right. I think everyone has become silent, and this is going to be a dialogue as usual. So can everyone stand up? And more importantly, this time I want to get all the speakers on stage. I want you to see something very special. So can everyone stand up quickly and turn on your flashlights on your phone? Yes, sirs, you can actually come on stage. I want you to see, because last time I saw Jasim sir turning and seeing, and I wanted him to experience this with me on stage. All right, everyone take out your smartphone, turn on the flashlight. This is our annual family ritual, I think. All right, everyone. If you have a Nokia 1100, even that has a flashlight, so no reasons, no excuses. Anaji, you can come in as well. All right, ready? All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sirs. It was always a pleasure performing here. Thank you so much, sir. My name is Abhishek Bhaskar. This is my presentation. Hope you had fun. Please don't get very scared. We're still safe by another 50, 60 years, I hope. But yeah, just something to think about. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. Audience, I think for Abhishek, who brought in so much energy into the crowd, he deserves a bigger round of applause. I want to see everybody's hands up in the air and give a big, big round of applause to our speaker, Abhishek Bhaskar. Thank you so much, Abhishek. I think now everybody is charged up. Well, it's time to call up our next speaker. Well, this gentleman doesn't really require a big, long introduction, but still, ladies and gentlemen, let us invite Mr. Professor Krishna Rao Jasim. Jasim Fountainhead Jasim has enjoyed the practice of architecture for over 4 decades now. Well, speaking of him, he started the Jasim Fountainhead in the 1970s. Since then, he has created and recreated innumerable homes, institutions, commercial enterprises, and etc. He has written over 150 papers and articles, made about 1,500 presentations, serves on board and councils, and finds time to interact with the students of architecture all over India. Well, today he still continues to pursue the adventures of the built environment, searching and researching beyond the boundaries of time and space. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please give a big, big round of applause to invite Professor Krishna Rao Jasim sir on stage, please. Thank you.
What's that for?
No.
Namaskars. Thanks, Beginup, for inviting me to this event. It's been a fascinating morning coming here and listening to the very rainbow effect of what architecture is, or Vastukalpa, as the council wants to call it from next year. The journey is nearly 6.5 decades in this profession, if I can call it a profession. You can hear me there? Fine. And normally, somebody asked me, are there any presentations? I said, yes, I am here. Because in this, if we can call it a profession, it is life. What happened a minute ago does not exist now. That is architecture. It's about space. It's about time. You can talk about Air India and artificial intelligence. You can talk about pencil, paper. That is not architecture. It's here. Art requires tools. Technology requires lots of other things, material things. Architecture does not require both. It requires that. Somebody was showing me Mies van Roo, some works of his. In fact, he was one of the first architects to enthuse me and then to read Fountainhead by Ayn Rand. That was back in the 60s or late 50s. Just then she had written the book. And to communicate with them, understand, and then understand Indian architecture, the subcontinent architecture. I was looking at certain things, and I went back nearly 4,000 years back to study what we had done in the subcontinent 4,000 years back, we are unable to do today. The fascination of the design there is unbelievable. How many of you have ever spent time studying back and understanding and comprehending for that relative space and time what it was to create? It's unbelievable. Today, we have over 700 schools of architecture when you divide each school by 30, out of which nearly 300 are defunct. Then somebody asked me, which school of architecture did you study? I said, one doesn't study architecture. One learns architecture. One learns to unlearn architecture. When you have started unlearning architecture, you have started unlearning architecture. I like when somebody said, you have to do it for a profit. Yes. That is why when I called my first project Ego, people said, I said, if you don't have ego with yourself, you can't respect the other person. First you must respect yourself. Only then you can respect the other person. Selflessness does not work. Selfishness works. Comprehend that properly, not negatively. You will understand the meaning of this profession. You can get away with many things. I don't want to take too much time of yours going through my history. Why I tell you when I saw these awards being presented, take it as a recognition. You never know when you will get one. Just as an example, I don't know how many of you heard this, about in 1964, I did a project under another architect working. In 2018 and 2019, it got the World Architectural Best Project Award after 50 years. I don't know why it took them 50 years to recognize this project. I'd even forgotten the project. I'd even forgotten with whom I did the project. And then when I was invited to come to that ceremony back in London by RIBA, you must fly down and come. Went to Liverpool, went back. Then I came back here. I said, where is this project? So I went there. I'm just telling you, the youngsters here, don't worry about these things. These are steps to gain. And when I went there, I found who was in charge. The building had been kept absolutely fascinating even today, without a change in it, that maintained it. What costed me to build the project over 3 years or 4 years through things, cost them every year to maintain it now. But they said they haven't touched it. It still uses a fascinating double shell auditorium. I didn't have scales, I didn't have sketches, it all happened by accident. I'm just telling you, being the journey, go ahead and do it. Because you are in a very strange profession of space. I sometimes talk about nature. You admire nature in a fascinating way. Many people say, can you make a cocoon? Can you make a shelf like the birds make? I just smile. I just call the bird. Let's talk to it. They think I'm mad. Of course I'm mad. You have to be mad if you have to be an architect. When I talk to the bird, it looks at me and says, you are a human being. You have a mind to think differently from me. I can only build the cocoon over and over again. Each bird to his nest. Only thing, two nests are the same. And yet you idiot human beings with the ability to build differently, build the same over and over and over and over and over again. So stupid. Why? Then I looked at the fox, then I looked at the rabbits, then I looked at the ants. Look at the anthill. She builds and he builds the anthills, but any two anthills are the same. This is what artificial intelligence is going to do to you. It'll kill your architecture. It'll not take you to imagination. It'll bury your imagination. Don't let anything artificial rule you. Nature rules. You are the topmost person of human being, is the highest mind in nature. It is difficult. Somebody asked me in the engineering profession and the medical profession, who was I talking to? I said, a lawyer knows exactly what he wants to do. An engineer knows exactly what he has to do. A medical profession exactly knows what he wants to do, or she wants to do. But architect has no clue what he has to do, or she has to do. Because every step you take is not a step. It's beyond a step. In which direction am I to go? Up, down, below, where? Is the next building coming up in space or on the moon or in the forest? Where? To your point, just to give inspiration to these younger architects and designers, we have taken on a new journey. Unless forced by old clients of mine, others who come, I can climb up a few steps and climb a few things. I love the 3rd and 4th level villages, where you interact with the families, you interact with the nature, you interact with the field, you interact with the mountain, the earth, every sense and element. You create wonderful spaces for them. Go back, don't get into the urban spaces. Get away. I saw recently a stupid project in Dubai, not Dubai, the great Saudi Arabia, linear city. In 2 years, it will be a dirtiest city in the world. So shocking to see total artificial intelligence creating a very sad future. They can build it in 3 years, 2 years. What for? I don't know whether I built a home. I create spaces. Materials evolve. Technology evolves. Art tries to be with you, and with technology, with other materials, art comes. Art by itself cannot exist. So the fusion of this is the greatest part of it, and only an architect can do it. Always remember that. No other profession can do what you and I can do. People will build, people will build. I'm just telling you as another example before I take off. Unfortunately, fortunately, material suppliers are ruling the world today. I'm giving a small example of what I think. I might be wrong, doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, I'm right. Some window manufacturer came to me. They're searching me all, you know where I stay, far away, trying to run away. The more further I go, the more people I come. Can't help it. He said, sir, I'm using Windows, new thing. I want you to use them. I said, I haven't seen. He somehow brought a sample. I went on looking at it. He said, what are you looking at it? I said, what is this? He said, window. I said, no, to me it is not a window. But anyway, send me 4 or 10 pieces, such and such a village. You'll pay for it. If the client doesn't pay, I will pay. He sent it. I looked at the window and said, did they call you a window? The window told me, only the manufacturer called me a window. I didn't call myself a window. We made the entire building be supported on the window. The window became a column. So the walls started playing, because the walls need not touch the roof anymore. This is the way an architect works and thinks and behaves. To every step you take backwards, forward, up or down is a step you have never in your life taken before. Remember that. If you remember that and continue. In fact, the first question I asked Dean when we walked in is, what is the difference between interiors and architecture? I can't understand. Decoration, yes. If it is blue, make it green. If it is white, make it blue. But you can't have a difference. Without space, where is architecture? And the human being is the only mind that is capable of understanding space. The texture. When you're blind, you still can create an art. When you're deaf, you can still create spaces. When you can't smell, you can still create spaces so the person who can't smell can smell. How to create it? That is the greatness of architecture. Texture, many things. We were the other day talking on various materials that are coming up. Morning I talk on earth, afternoon on bamboo, evening with steel. And the 4th day, I said it'll be with space. The content of it, can it keep on expanding and change? Yes. What I built as a home 30 years back today is a museum. What I built as a library somewhere about 3-4 decades back again, I go, there is something else. Function is not form. Form is not function. It's beyond this thing. Architecture is beyond this. It's the human being and the space you have to build to create. I don't know what they're going to do on the moon, in space. It'll happen when you are all young. You will be building under the water, under the sea, and on the moon and beyond the moon. That is the future you should look for. If I could fly, I would still do it. Somebody said, can you fly down? I said, I'm not able to climb 3 steps without watching below. But then something has to help. It is the future that you should look in a different way. Because the past is there. You can learn from it. But it never says, repeat me. Don't copy me, but understand me. The present before you think is become the past. So continue the journey. Try. You don't have to experiment for the sake of experimenting. Don't. Creativity is not experimentation. People many times call me, it is exploring. Explore, explore, explore. You will find unbelievable solutions that happen. Some people will come and see. In fact, sometimes I wonder why in this beautiful weather in Bangalore we are sitting in this air-conditioned place and then talking about sustainability, light, power, sitting all over. It is all more talks. I still don't understand these words. I all hope that you will enjoy this day. You will enjoy this day. I know Beginup from the beginning. It's It's not begging up, it's bigging up towards the thing that push you up. Create more practice. It's a journey. I'm very happy that young ones are encouraging this field of activity, this field of looking. I'm sorry to have taken some time of yours, but I can't leave without saying many things. It's been a great pleasure, and I hope to spend my time positively with you. Anything I can never answer questions, but I'm willing to get into a dialogue. If anybody gives you an answer, simply say and understand that person does not know what he or she is talking about. You can dialogue. Architecture is a dialogue. Namaskars.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, audience, it's a humble request to all of you to please give a standing ovation to Jason, sir, for all the passion and dedication he has put forth to the industry for the last 4 decades. And thank you so much for gracing the occasion with your presence, sir. It's a great honor, always an honor to have you with us. Well, thank you so much, audience. We'll now be moving on to the last speaker of the session. I would like to keep the audience informed that post this, we will be starting off with the most awaited session. We'll be having the award ceremony post our last speaker. So with a big round of applause, let us invite our next speaker for the session, Dr. G. Shankar. Speaking of him, the founder and chairman of Habitat Technology Group, a master mason and people's architect like we all know him, G. Shankar has been relentlessly engaged in bringing about social development through architecture. He has received an honorary doctorate in 2019 from the University of Asia, Kathmandu, which is graded as a Tier 1 university in international ranking. In recognition to the distinguished services in the field of science and engineering, Government of India in 2011 awarded G. Shankar with Padma Shri, the 4th highest civilian award in the Republic of India. In 1987, he founded Habitat Technology Group, which became the largest NGO in the shelter sector in South India. Being an advocate of cost-effective, eco-friendly and sustainable building technologies, he has been heading several mass building projects, including townships planned and built following redevelopment of slums. Houses have been built in Latur, Bhopal, Gujarat and Orissa after natural disasters. With an architecture degree from the College of Engineering, Trivandrum, 1982, Miss from Birmingham School of Architecture, UK, and a postgraduate diploma in journalism, G. Shankar, with his concept of the green architecture, has brought much required qualitative change to the shelter sector in India. Inspired by life and work of eminent architect Laurie Baker, G. Shankar has always given priority to the housing needs of the common man, the marginalized, the fisher folk, the slum dwellers, and the tribals, which earned him the title of People's Architect. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to be inviting Dr. G. Shankar onto the dais to address you all, please.
Thank you for the opportunity given. I'm delighted to be back to this stage. It's my 3rd time here. I'm delighted for 2 reasons. One, I'm here with a fraternity of architects who are going to be awarded today for their stupendous work in the field of architecture and interior design. For you who are going to be awarded today, you know that it's the beginning of a journey. It's a national honor. And these awards should motivate you to go further in pursuit of your ideals. Secondly, most important for you is not the award. A lot of take-backs for you. There are 5 speakers who spoke before me, and all of them gave you some important guidelines, some important directions, which I hope the younger generation of architects, fraternity of architects, will take to their mind, internalize the dynamics, and help to kind of strategize, analyze your way forward. I was overwhelmed. I should tell you that I was overwhelmed. Initially when I came, architect Kavi Jain was speaking. I was looking at the spectrum. I was looking at the scale of his works. I liked one sentence that he, probably you must be remembering that. Whatever you do, you have to do it with passion. That's what he was, during the presentation, I was just looking at one slide, Gale Building, where he was talking about glass fenestrations being used to reflect light on the ceiling and getting daylight more effective in the interiors. Did you notice that? I don't know how many of you have noticed that. People have made it big. People like Kavi Jain has made it big because it's a passionate approach to architecture. When he talks about his own buildings, the scales are very different. You should have understood the passion behind his words. That's getting reflected in the forms and of his creations. Secondly, architect Nayar spoke. He talked about the technology interface, very critical in the days to come. The technology interface. He was talking about, he was positioned in the construction sector. To me, he was talking about 40 lakh crores being spent on the construction industry. That doesn't amaze me. As an architect, as a social activist, what pains me is another thing. We are actually celebrating Azadi Ka Mahotsav, 75th year of our independence. Our own planners, our own governments have failed the general public at large. I say it with conviction because, you know, we have this 5-year plan that reflect our aspirations. That's the blueprint for our development. It took 50 years, let me tell you that. 50 years, late 90s, that the potential and promise of construction sector got reflected in the National Development Plan. 50 years after independence, 1997-98, 8th 5-year plan. It was in the 8th 5-year plan that the potential and promise on one side and the challenges facing the construction sector got reflected in the National Development Plan. By that time, Roti Kapada Makan was our national slogan when we attained independence. But then we failed to address the issues in the housing sector. 15 million families who have dreams like us, they have hopes like us. They are out in the streets, my dear friends. Young friends, they are out in the streets. They don't have a proper shelter. They don't have an adequate shelter. When you are talking about an adequate shelter, unless you have a proper toilet, unless you have a proper cooking place, how can you call it that an adequate house? There are 25 crores of people out of 125 crores that we have now in India, which means 1 in 5 people are denied of proper, adequate housing. Now, what pains me is that, as architects, are we not responsible for the built-up environment of this country? Are we not responsible for this building up the social fabric of this country? When your fellow Indians are being denied of proper housing, I'm not talking about proper housing. Let it be improper housing, but adequate housing, a safe and secure place for you to live. That is a challenge that India is facing now. Unless you address that, I'm telling you, my dear young friends out there, don't get overwhelmed with what you call as a beautiful expressions of architecture. The poor people in this country, the people who are living at the margins, the deprived people, denied people, they also have a mandate to have an architect-designed house. That's the challenge before you. Pandemic times have taught you two important lessons. You can overcome only through innovations and creativity. You can overcome the pandemic times. The pandemic times are here to continue. Somebody made, I think it was Dean who made a reference to that. But climate resilient architecture. Disasters are going to be calendar event, my dear friends. Disasters are going to be calendar events. Climate change is no longer a myth, it's a reality. How do your architecture respond to climate resilience? How do your architecture respond to disaster mitigation? I don't think anybody in the world have done as many buildings that I have done in the disaster-struck areas across the world, right from Haiti to Indonesia to Maldives to all these places apart from India. I built houses, 95,000 houses in one country, which is the largest rehabilitation effort that has ever taken place in the contemporary times. That was in Sri Lanka. Also, I have to tell you this, my dear young friends. I started hating Le Corbusier. Le Corbusier, when I was a student, was one of my mentors. I had the rare opportunity to see most of his buildings across the world. When I went to Ronshamp, the small little cathedral, I was not only enticed, I was blown away. How do you have a spiritual dimension to architecture? That was what Ronshamp Cathedral was all about. But when he said, house is a machine to live in, I started deviating from this thing. My take on, I was just looking at Abhishek's fantabulous presentations about the future of this thing. Dean, during his presentation, talked about one word. He didn't expand on that. He talked about fertile future. You talked about that. This is what I want you to dwell on. Each building that you're going to build will have to have a story to tell you. It has to tell you a story. It has to talk about the linkages. It has to talk about values. It has to talk about love and affection that went into the building. When you create a space, how do you define architecture? Architecture is containing a small space for human comfort. That's what architecture is all about. It's all about design. It's all about creativity. It's all about innovation. It's all about a festive expression of spaces. When I say that, I say it with such conviction. I'm telling you, each building that you are going to create should tell a story to you. It should talk about values, it should talk about private spaces, it should talk about the metaphysical dimensions of architecture. You're always talking about the physical dimensions of architecture. You're trying to create spaces. When I take my design brief, I don't ask them about the physical needs. Physical needs come out. When you look at the family size, when you look at the institutional size, physical requirements come out. Architects can easily gauge the requirement. But what is important is, do you read? Do you want a place to read? Do you meditate? Do you want to see the sky? Do you want a place to sing? Do you want a place to listen to music? It is that quality, my dear friends, the metaphysical quality of spaces that's going to make your buildings different. Where is the experiential coefficient in a building? Have you ever thought about that? Like I said before, each building should be an experience. People out there, the younger fraternity, you should build differently. You should look at the fantastic vocabulary of materials, building materials that we have. Where else in the world can we find such a vocabulary of building materials? I'm telling you with such conviction because I'm building in Europe, I'm building in Africa, I'm building in various parts of Asia. Where else can you find such a beautiful vocabulary of building materials that which you can flaunt your architecture? You can add, flavor to your architecture through using beautiful building materials. Each building material will add flavor to that. When you talk about principles of architecture, you talk about beauty, you talk about contrast, you talk about balance, you talk about rhythm, you talk about all these unity, rest of it, contrast. This all adds flavor to architecture. So by flaunting local materials, you can actually add flavor to the material. It can be cost efficient, no compromise on that. It has to be energy efficient, no compromise on that. It has to be eco-sensitive. So you should have this template of parameters. When you do when you do a building, you should also insist on the technology. Local should be the mantra. Pandemic times have again brought that back to you. Local should be the mantra. Look at the beauty of local materials. Look at let me also make another statement, brutal statement. Beautiful statement to me, music to me. Where else can you find such a skilled workforce in the world? Our masons and our carpenters, the legacy of our construction skills is unparalleled, my dear friends. The Westerners will use these, tools to make this, for us, is an expression of your loyalty, expression of your faith, and it had to do a lot of things with values. So imbibe all these things into the journey that you're going to take forward. You have to build differently. You have to follow mandatory these things because you have to, all the designs that you're going to make has to be inclusive. 15% of our population are differently abled. Unless you cater to that, no future for your architecture. It has to be climate resilient. It has to be disaster mitigant. And you have to design smaller houses, small little beautiful houses, chocolate houses for these hapless millions who still nurse a dream of having a safe and secure shelter. This should pave the way for your architectural excellence. This should pave the way for a beautiful, beautiful journey ahead. The architects and interior designers who are here, who are going to be awarded, should take this as the way forward. I believe that a very senior person in the profession, I believe that that's the only way out, my dear friends. That's the only way out. All the other doors are going to be closed now. Sustainability it may be a worn-out word for you, but there is no other word for you, my dear friends. All you are going to build in the future, unless it is sustainable, I am making a brutal statement again, I'm sorry for that. Your architecture is going to be dumped. I'm telling you, my dear young friends, your architecture is going to be dumped. So keep all these parameters in this thing. Be proud that you are an Indian. Be proud that you are going to build in transition areas. It's not an urban area, it's not a rural area. You're going to build in the transitional areas. It'll give you a lot of world for creativity. When you build in transitional areas, I don't want to go at length about the possibility that the profession offers in transitional areas. That is not a fringe area. That is where you are going to work. Urbanization is no longer a myth. It's going to be, India is going to be completely urbanized in another 30, 40 years. The pace and intensity of urbanization is staggering, stunning, and it's going to take over. And where you are going to build, all the urban centers are already saturated. My dear young friends, architects and engineers, I'm just looking at you with such hope. because the future is in your hands, my dear friends. The future of India's built-up environment is in your hands. I'm telling you, you have to be responsible because the climate change that is happening in this part of the world is due to undesirable, I don't want to mince my words on that, undesirable activities happening in the building sector. That is the primary reasons for the climate change in this country. Undesirable. When I say undesirable, unscientific usage of materials, unscientific designs, that's all adding to the pressures of climate change. I don't want to go at length at it. I'll stop here. My dear young friends, take this award. When you take this award, you should talk about responsible architecture from now onwards. You have to be talking about morally right architecture. You have to be talking about people-centered architecture. You should put people at the center. You should put people at the center. When a client comes to you, you should realize that he is a person with lots of ambitions and dreams. And when you realize that, when you translate it into three-dimensional forms, you have to be morally right. You have to be morally right. Otherwise, let me tell you again, your architecture will be dumped. With these words, I'm concluding. I've been given just 10 minutes. I've taken 15 minutes. Thank you very much for this.
Well, audience, there is a reason he is called the People's Architect. I request all of you to please give him a standing ovation once again. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for being a part of us, and thank you so much for everything that you have put forth to the society. Thank you so much. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request all of you to give a big round of applause to all the speakers who put forth stunning sessions, super informative sessions for all of you. Well, with that, we come to the end of the speakers and the conference, and now it's time to kickstart the awards. So, audience, are we ready for the awards? Come on, you guys are the award winners. I expect a little bit more energy. Are we ready for the awards? Stunning. All right. So to start off, I would like to request the dignitaries to come and join me on stage. May I please request Dr. G. Shankar, sir, to please join me on the dais. I will also request Amit Nair, sir, to kindly come and join me on the dais to do the honors. Audience, please, big round of applause. I think I should probably, do something like what Abhishek did. I should take a promise from you guys to please encourage your co-award winners, and please make sure we are encouraging each other, applauding and appreciating each other. So on that note, let's start off with the first award winner. It is my honor to call upon stage Sustainable Alternatives Private Limited. May I please call up Mr. Ajay and Santosh to kindly come and join me on the dais. Leading and Innovative Architecture, Landscape and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, India. Public projects, residential projects and commercial projects. Mr. Ajay Chowdhury, Top 30 Prominent and Trendsetter Architect and Designer, India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Ajay and Santosh from Sustainable Alternatives Private Limited. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again on stage we have Sustainable Alternatives Private Limited, Ajay and Santosh. Can we please give it up for them, please? Next up, I would like to call Stan Spaces, May we please have on stage Saud Sharif for the most promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 Karnataka, residential projects and commercial projects, 40 under 40 best and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up for Star Spaces Saud Sharif. Moving on, we have Thomasake Engineering. Let me call upon stage Vijayanandan for most futuristic and innovative architecture, engineering and design firm of the year 2022, South India, for residential projects, institutional hospitality projects, commercial projects. Mr. Vijayanandan, here to receive the Elite Award under the category Excellence in Design and Engineering Consultancy and Services. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give it up for Vijayanandan? Moving on, let's call upon stage AKA Consultants Private Limited. On stage we have Mr. Anish Kemkar and Mrs. Alka Kemkar for leading an innovative architecture and design firm of the year 2022 India, institutional projects and commercial projects. 40 under 40 best and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022, and Miss Alka Kemkar is selected to receive the Elite Award under the top 15 most prominent women architect. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it loud for Mr. Anish Kemkar and Mrs. Alka Kemkar. Up next we have the Rat Lab Studio. May we please call upon stage with a big round of applause Mr. Sushant Verma for most futuristic and innovative architecture and research architecture education firm of the year 2022 India. Creative design approach and latest trend and knowledge adaptability for 40 under 40 best and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Sushant Verma from Rat Lab Studio. Congratulations. Next up, may we please call upon stage Concord Designs Private Limited, architect Vikas Shiver for most futuristic and leading architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra. Township projects, hospitality projects and commercial projects. Top 30 trendsetter and prominent architect and designer India 2022. Audience, can I hear you applaud loud for architect Vikas Shiver from Concord Designs Private Limited. Congratulations. Moving on, may we please have Anil Chavda and Associates. May I please call up Mr. Anil Chavda for top and innovative architecture and design firm of the year 2022 India. Premium residential projects and commercial projects. Most prominent architect of the year 2022 India. May we please give a big round of applause to invite Mr. Anil Chavda from Anil Chavda and Associates. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, on stage we have Anil Chavda and Associates for the top and innovative architecture and design firm of the year 2022. Moving on, may I please call up ASAP Design Studio for Ambitious and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu and Himachal Pradesh, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. We have Akash Periyaswamy, Jobin Jacob, Jib Kumar, J and Mrs. Sapna Mehta for the top 25 most emerging and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please give it up for the stunning team ASAP Design Studio. Once again, ASAP Design Studio, congratulations. Audience, can we please keep the applause going? Once again, congratulations, team. Moving on to our next award winner, let me call upon stage Mr. James Joseph from InDesign for Outstanding and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Kerala, Residential Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. James Joseph from InDesign. Once again, congratulations, Mr. James Joseph. Moving on to the next award winner, may I please call upon stage AXS Architects, Safa Roshan PM and Tamim Ansari A for the Most Promising Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022 from Tamil Nadu Residential Projects, top 25 most emerging architects and designer of India 2022. Can we give a big round of applause to invite AXS Architects on stage? We have Safa Roshan and Tamim Ansari A. Congratulations. Moving on, we have Kritnam Aitlia. May I please call Meher Desai on the dais, please, for Outstanding and Creative Architectural Design and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Gujarat, Commercial Projects and Residential Projects, 40 under 40 Trendsetter and Best Designer of India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it loud for Meher Desai? All right, I have a small request to the audience. I will call 5 award winners. It's a humble request to all of you to please come and assemble here so that we can speed up the process. Okay, so I would like to have 360 Live Design Studio International, Off-Grid Architects, SmartNet Studio, Ace Interiors and Architects Mangalore, Shirley Haron Architects, and NAC Studios to please come and assemble on my left so that we can kindly speed up the process. Thank you so much. Well, let's call on stage the next award winner with a big round of applause. May we please call upon stage 360 Live Design Studio International for Most Futuristic and Innovative Architecture and Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Telangana for the category High-Rise Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Architect and Designer of India 2022. Audience, please keep the applause going. On stage we have 360 Live Design Studio International. Moving on, may I please call on stage Off-Grid Architects, winning for the Most Emerging and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022. all the way from Tamil Nadu for the category residential projects and commercial projects. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big round of applause for the handsome gentleman on stage. Congratulations, Off-Grid Architects. Let's move on to our next award winner. On stage we have Swati Kalepu from SmartNet Studio, winning Most Promising and Trusted Architect and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, all the way from Telangana, under the category Premium Residential Projects, 40 under 40 Best Trendsetter Architect and Designer of India 2022. Congratulations, Swati from SmartNet Studio. Moving on, we have Ace Interiors and Architects Mangalore. May I please call on stage Rohan Aroza and Ashwin Devadiga from Most Promising Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 India, under the category Excellent Services and Execution Entrepreneur of the Year 2022 India, Interior Design Consultancy. May we please hear it loud and clear for Ace Interiors and Architects Mangalore. Next up on stage, may I please call up our winner, Shelly Haroon Architects, Mohammad Haroon and Shahil M. Ali, to kindly come and join me on the dais for Most Promising and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, all the way from Kerala, for residential projects and religious projects, for top 25 Most Emerging and Trendsetter Architect and Designer of the Year 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Shelly Haroon Architects. Up next, may I please call NAC Studios, Akanksha Kulkarni for Most Creative and Trusted Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022. North India for Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best in Trendsetter Architect and Interior Designer in India 2022. Congratulations, Akanksha. Audience, can we give a big round of applause? And dignitaries, thank you so much. Yes, you can please be seated off stage. Well to do. Oh, yes, please.
Sorry, there's a small announcement from the organizers. If you get your award and you don't wait for the other people to get their award and clap for them, your award gets taken away outside.
Well, I'm sorry, I should have informed all of you earlier. Yes, your awards will be taken off if the applause is not heard loud. So can we do a trial? Can I hear the applauses again? Fabulous. Thank you, sir. I'm definitely gonna take that tip from you. Yeah, all right, let's move on to the next event, and to do the honors, I would like to invite Dean sir and Kavi sir to please come and join me on stage to give away the next set of awards. And audience, after that little threat, I'm expecting a little bit more of energy from all of you. So before we start, I will be calling the next 10 award winners so that you can all please assemble in front so that the process is faster. All right, can I please have on stage MYN Architect and Tatwa Architects, Anakman Studio, Spectrum Pharma Tech Consultants Private Limited, Luxa Architects, Spectrum Design Group, DesignX Architects and Interior Designers, Arquit, One Bulb Architecture Studio, and TAT Atelier. Can I request all of you to please come forward? All right, audience, that's a good improvement from all of you. There's nobody on stage and still I can hear the applauses from all of you. Good job. Okay, so let's call our first award winner, MYN Architects. We have M. Sugrita Pradeep for Most Promising and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Tamil Nadu under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects for Top 30 Most Emerging and Trendsetter Millennial Architect and Designer of India 2022. On stage we have Sugrita from MYN Architects. Congratulations. Moving on, can I please have on stage Tatwa Architects? Can I please have Suchitka and Charan for Most Promising Architecture and Design Firm of the Year 2022, Karnataka, under the category Residential Projects and Religious Projects, Mr. Charan and Mr. Suchit for Top 25 Most Emerging Architects of India 2022. Congratulations, Tatwa Architects. Moving on, we have Anakman Studios, Amrita Nikunj and Parag, Outstanding and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Maharashtra, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects 40 under 40 and Trendsetter Architect and Designer of India 2022. Can we please give a big round of applause for Amrita Nikunj and Parag. Moving on, we have Spectrum Pharma Tech Consultants Private Limited. Can I please have on stage R.S. Swaminath, founder, and Shankari Swaminathan to kindly come and join me on the dais for Leading and Innovative Architecture and Engineering Company of the Year, India, under 40 Best Trendsetter Architect and Designer, India 2022. Moving on, we have Lakshar Architects. May I please have on stage K. Arti for Most Promising and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Tamil Nadu, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects 40 under 40 and Trendsetter Architect and Interior Designer of India 2022. May we please hear it for Lakshar Architects. Up next, we have Spectrum Design Group, Leading and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, India, under the category High-Rise Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Architect Shabana Saeed for Top 25 Most Prominent and Trendsetter Women Architect of India 2022. Can we hear it loud for Spectrum Design Group? Up next, we have DesignX Architects and Interior Designers, Anish Anand Kulkarni for Most Futuristic and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, all the way from Maharashtra under the category Residential Projects, Township Projects and Commercial Projects, Top 50 Most Promising and Trendsetter Architect and Designer, India 2022. May we hear it loud for DesignX Architects and Interior Designers. The next award winners for the ceremony is Arquate. May I please call Mr. Kapil and Seema Pandey to kindly come and join me on dais for the most futuristic and innovative architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022 from North India under the category Hospitality, Commercial and Residential Projects, Top 30 Most Prominent Architect and Designer of India 2022. Congratulations. Moving on, we have One Bulb Architecture Studio. May I please call Mr. Bala Venkatesh for Outstanding Architecture and Design Firm of the Year 2022 to kindly come and join us on the dais. Up next, we have Tat Atelier for the most promising and outstanding architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022. And on stage we have architect Jarin Jabir, architect Bayrun Shabir, and architect Muhammad Basil for residential projects and commercial projects all the way from Kerala for top 25 most emerging and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Congratulations, team Tat Atelier. All right, let's have the next 10 award winners assemble in front. Let me have Mac and Arc, Arna Architects, Vivid Innovation, Paramatrix, Studioscape Art, Hatch and Tatch, Green Dimension Architects, Shri Architects and Interiors, Model Molders Design and Research Studio. Can I please have the 10 award winners please assemble in front? All right, so let's start off with our first award winner in this set. Calling up on stage, Mr. Ashok Chakravarti from Mac and Arc for Creative and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, all the way from Tamil Nadu under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, Top 25 Most Emerging and Trendsetter Architect and Designer, India 2022. Moving on, we have Arna Architects. May I please call architect Manasa to kindly come onto the dais to be collecting the most futuristic and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 from Telangana, residential projects, sustainable design approach and commercial projects, 40 under 40 best trendsetter architect and designer of the year 2022. Moving on, may I please call up Vivid Innovations. Can I have on stage Mizanur Rahman Mola to kindly come and join me on the dais to be collecting the outstanding and creative architecture and West interior design firm of the year 2022 from West Bengal, residential projects and commercial projects, 40 under 40 best and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Congratulations. Moving on, we have Studioscape Art. May I please call on stage Sindhuja for the most promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, all the way from Tamil Nadu under the category Residential Projects for the top 25 most emerging and trendsetter women architect and designer India 2022. Audience, please keep the applause going. Let's encourage our fellow architects. Moving on, we have Model Molders Design and Research Studio. Can I please have on stage Kailash Kumar J, promising and upcoming architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022, all the way from Tamil Nadu, residential projects and commercial projects, top 25 most emerging and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Congratulations, Model Molders. On stage we have Kailash Kumar J from Model Molders Design and Research Studio. Thank you so much and congratulations. Up next with a super catchy name, we have Hatch and Tatch. May I please call on stage Sonu Surendran for most promising and upcoming architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022, all the way from Kerala, residential projects and commercial projects, top 25 most emerging and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Can we hear it loud for Sonu Surendran from Hatch and Tatch? Studioscape Art, Sindhuja Balani. Could you confirm if you have received the award? All right, moving on, can I please have on stage Green Dimensions Architects, Monica Preetham Dash for the most futuristic and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 from Odisha, Public Sector Projects and Sustainable Design Approach. Top 25 Most Promising and Trendsetter Women Architect and Designer India 2022. Can I please call on stage Team Parametrics, Mr. Pramod and Mr. Naveen Chandrasekhar to kindly come and join me on the dais to be collecting the most trusted and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 Karnataka under the category High-Rise Residential Projects and Commercial Projects for outstanding professional service in architectural and design domain. Moving on, can I please have on stage Studioscape Art, calling on stage Sindhuja Balan for Most Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu Residential Projects, Top 25 Most Emerging and Trendsetter Women Architect and Designer of India 2022. Up next, can I have Shri Architects and Interiors for the most trusted and innovative architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022 under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Thank you so much, dignitaries. I think we should have a big round of applause for the dignitaries. I think sir was full of energy. Yeah? So you were full of energy. I think the energy has to be, spread a little more to the audience. We will have you back again. So now can I please have Jessim sir come and join me on stage for the next set of awards. To accompany sir, I request Amin Nair sir to please come back again. So I think when they see you, they will remember about returning back the awards. Yeah? So Jessim sir, are we ready to give away the awards? Yes? No? Bad question. All right, so let's start off with the next set of awards. I will be calling off the award winners. Please come and assemble in front. And Spaces Consultants Private Limited, NS Associates, Vian Architects and Interior Designers, Studio 3 AM, Eclipse, Amar Architects and Design Private Limited, Indian Institute of Fashion and Animation, Habrix Architects, Studio Biomorph. We also have Reshu Grantha Architects. I request all the award winners to please assemble forward. Thank you so much. So let's start off with NS Associates. May I please have on stage Navita Singhal and Nidhesh Singhal for leading and trusted architect and interior design firm of the year 2022, Telangana for premium residential projects and commercial projects for top 50 most prominent women architects and interior designers 2022. Up next, can I please have And Spaces Consulting Private Limited, architect Ankita Nath Deshmukh to kindly come onto the dais for most promising and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, all the way from Maharashtra under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, top 25 most promising women architect and interior designer India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for architect Ankita Nag from Ant Spaces Consultants Private Limited. Moving on, we have Vian Architects and Interior Designers for the most creative and innovative architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022 from Tamil Nadu Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best Trendsetter Architect and Designer India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it loud for Vian Architects and Interior Designers? The next award winner on stage we have Reshu Grantha Architects. May I please have on stage architect Ankit for creative and outstanding architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category residential projects, conservation projects and hospitality projects for the top 25 most promising and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Moving on, can I please have on stage our next award winner, Studio 3 AM. Can I please have on stage Muhammad Akhil P and Kailas Unikrishnan for Rising and Trendsetter Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Kerala Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, Top 25 Most Promising Architect and Designer India 2022. Congratulations. Moving on, we have Eclipse. Can I please have on stage Mr. Nivedhan G for prominent and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Tamil Nadu, under the category residential projects and commercial projects, 40 under 40 best and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Congratulations, Eclipse. Moving on, can I have on stage Mr. Barun Kumar from Amar Architecture and Designs Private Limited for futuristic and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, South India, under the category residential and commercial projects, 40 under 40 best architect and designer India 2022. Moving on, we have Indian Institute of Fashion and Animation. Can I have Director Mr. Yogesh to kindly come and join me on the dais for the top and most innovative Institute of Interior Design, Fashion Design and Animation for the year 2022 India. Mr. Yogesh J, Academic Leader of the year 2022. Can we please give a big round of applause for Indian Institute of Fashion and Animation. Moving on, we have Bricks Architects, promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Tamil Nadu, under the category Premium Residential Projects and Sustainable Design Approach for the top 25 most emerging and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Congratulations, team Bricks Architects. Up next, we have Studio Biomorph. Can I please have on stage Sandeep Raj V and Karthika Kalyanasundaram for prominent and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Karnataka, under the category residential and sustainable projects, 40 under 40 best and trendsetter architect and designer in India 2022. Congratulations. I will now be calling the next 10 award winners. I request all of you to please come front again. Studio 9, Vastuvid Private Limited. 10 Degrees Design Studio, Aika Studio, Soma Architects, Ashok Mokha Architects, Tales of Design Studio, Zar Architects and Builders, Kalazod Architect, EDX Architecture, Rath Architecture. All right, so let's start off with the awards. I'm not asking Jason sir again if you're ready. All right, let's go on with the next set of awards. May I please have on stage Snehil from Studio 9 Vastuvid Private Limited for Promising and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Bihar, under the category Residential and Commercial Projects, under Top 25 Most Emerging and Trendsetter Women Architect and Designer India 2022. Congratulations. May I please have on stage Divakar Kaushik from 10 Degree Design Studio for the Most Futuristic and Innovative Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu. High-rise residential projects, industrial, commercial projects, Mr. Divakar Kaushik from 10 Degree Design Studio. Moving on, we have architect Hana Kumari Chauhan from ICA Studio, Trendsetter and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Gujarat, under the category Residential and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Architect and Designer India 2022. Up next, we have Soma Architects calling on stage architect Karpagamuthu Minakshi and architect Pradeep Lakshman to kindly come on dais for Prominent and Innovative Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu, under the category Residential and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best Trendsetter Architect and Design India 2022. Moving on, we have Ashok Mokha Architects. Can I please have on stage Aditya Mokha, leading and most trusted architecture and design firm of the year 2022, all the way from Maharashtra, institutional projects, public sector projects and commercial projects, Mr. Aditya Mokha for 40 under 40 Best Trendsetter Architect and Designer India 2022. All right, let's move on to the next award. We have Tales of Design Studio. May I please call on stage architect Shami A. Sharif for Prominent and Creative Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022 from Kerala for Premium Residential Projects, Top 25 Most Emerging and Trendsetter Architects and Designer India 2022. Dean sir and Kavi sir to please join me back on stage. Dean sir is going to come back with some more energy. Yes? All right, so let's go to the next award winner. We have Zar Architects and Builders. May I please call on stage Zerab Bull for upcoming and promising architecture, construction and interior design firm of the year 2022. From Tamil Nadu, under the category Residential Projects for Top 25 Most Emerging and Trendsetter Architect and Design India 2022. Next up, may I please call on stage Ravina Avanti A from Kalazud Architecture for Promising and Rising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Telangana, under the category Residential and Commercial Projects, top 25 most emerging and trendsetter women architect and designer India 2022. Moving on, can I please call on stage ED Plus Architecture, Amar Chowdhury and Rudula Chowdhury for most futuristic and promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 from Tamil Nadu under premium residential projects for top 25 most emerging and trendsetter architect and designer in India 2022. Next up, we have Rath Architectonic. May I please call on stage Manognya Rath and Pratik Rath to kindly come and join me on stage, leading an innovative architecture and engineering design firm of India 2022. Institutional projects, residential projects, public and private sectors and commercial projects for the top 30 most prominent architect and designer India 2022. Congratulations. Well, calling up the next 10 award winners. Once again, please come and assemble in front. Architecture Nazia, Ecom Architects, SDI India, A+G Architecture and Project Management, JP Arc Studio, Shape Heaven Architecture, The Studio Synergy, Arbitrary Architects and Interior Designs, Mac Realities Design Private Limited. All right, let's call the first award winner on stage. On stage, can I please have architect Nazia Begum L from Architecture Nazia for creative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 from Tamil Nadu under the category residential projects and commercial projects for top 30 promising women architect and designer India 2022. Well, next on stage we have architect Hina Sharu from Ecom Architects for outstanding and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022. All the way from Kerala, residential projects and commercial projects for the top 25 most promising women architecture and designer India 2022. Moving on, can I please have on stage SDI India, calling on stage Prasanna Lachagiri for most futuristic trendsetter architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Telangana under the category residential projects and commercial projects. Prasanna is here with a big smile. I think please give him a big round of applause. Moving on, we have A+G Architecture and Project Management, calling on stage architect Gauri Karnani for prominent and innovative architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022. From Maharashtra under the category residential projects and commercial projects for 40 under 40 best trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Up next, we have JP Archie Studio, calling on stage Surya JP for the most promising and rising architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022. All the way from Tamil Nadu, under the category residential and commercial projects, top 25 most emerging architect and designer India 2022. Next we have on stage Thakur Ashwin Singh from Shape Heaven Architecture, Raising and Promising Architecture Designer and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, all the way from Telangana for the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, Top 25 Most Promising and Trendsetter Designer India 2022. Can we please have on stage Mac Realities Design Private Limited, Architect Regan Bosco and Architect V. Priyanka, Innovative and Trendsetter Architectural Design and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, all the way from Tamil Nadu, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, Top 30 Promising and Trendsetter Architect and Interior Designer India 2022. Up next, we have Abhite Architects and Interior Designers. May I please call on stage Mr. Rohit Shetty and Saloni Shetty to kindly come and join me on the dais for the topmost innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, North India, under the category Premium Hospitality Projects and Commercial Projects, top 25 most prominent architect and designer of India 2022 award along with the above award. Congratulations. I'm going to be calling the next set of award winners, so please do assemble in front. Space Cult Design Studio, the Atelier 9 Design Studio, Pinnick the Architects Design Studio, Agaz Architects, Architect Arti Shri Vijay Bhaskaran, Shrenik Goyal Architects, VR Arc Studio, Devinum Structuring, Arc Lane and Bhakti Survey. All right, let's have the first award winner on stage. We have the Atelier 9 Design Studio, Tarka TL and Rahul YVN. I request you to kindly come and join me on the stage for the most promising and creative architectural design and interior designer firm of the year 2022 from South India under the category Premium Residential Projects for the top 25 most promising and trendsetter women designer 2022. Congratulations. Moving on, can I have on stage Vaishnava Priya from Space Cult Design Studio, prominent and innovative architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022, Tamil Nadu under the category Residential and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best Trendsetter Architect and Designer India 2022. Congratulations, Vaishnava Priya from Space Cult Design Studio. Moving on, we have Pinnick the Architects Design Studio, calling upon stage architect Piyush Chandwani for outstanding and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, all the way from Maharashtra, Premium Residential Projects, top 25 most promising and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Well, next on stage we have Agaz Architects for top 25 most emerging and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Congratulations. Up next, can I have on stage architect Artishri Vijay Bhaskaran for creative and promising women architect and interior designer of the year 2022 under the category Residential Projects. Audience, can we hear it for architect Aarti Shrees? The last few awards, and I request everybody to please applaud for every award winner that's coming on stage. I know. Moving on, can I please have on stage Shrenik Goyal Architects? Can we please give it up for Shrenik Y for creative and outstanding architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 from West Bengal under the category Residential and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best Trendsetter Architect and Designer India 2022. Congratulations. Moving on, we have VR Arc Studio calling upon stage V Rupesh, promising architectural design and interior designer of the year 2022 from Tamil Nadu under the category Residential Projects. Well, next up on stage we have Mr. Umang Sethi from Beginup Structuring for leading and futuristic tensile structures and tensile architecture firm of the year 2022 under the category Innovative Design Approach Excellence in Architecture and Engineering Design and Consultancy 2022. Can we hear a big round of applause for Mr. Umang Sethi? Next up on stage, can I have Artlane calling up Kanjan Patel and Karun Muttana for promising and trendsetter architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2022 India under the category Residential Projects, F&B, Retail Projects and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best Trendsetter Designer India 2022. Can we give a big round of applause for Arklane? Up next, can we please call Bhakti Amit Survey Designs? Calling up Bhakti Amit Survey to kindly come and join on dais for outstanding and trusted interior designer firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, top 25 most promising women interior designer India 2022.
I have a slight suggestion on behalf of Jason, Shankar, myself, and many others of our generation. Why don't we have a 60 over 60 award too?
I think Anand sir is definitely taking that to consideration. Yeah? All right, so can we have a big round of applause for the dignitaries? I know it's a very small crowd. With that, we come to the end of the awards here, but we will be continuing with the virtual awards. Meanwhile, after 10 minutes, we would be continuing with the virtual awards. I request everybody can step out. Please do click pictures and give interview bites with your awards in your hand. Share us your experience and have a great time. You guys were all fabulous audience. A big round of applause to each one of you for your cooperation. It was great to have all of you grace the occasion with your presence.
This is Ahluwalia.
Ahluwalia and Associates.
Ahluwalia.
Studio Mestri. Studio Mestri. Parishram architecture firm. Next NSEAD. ये spelling बोलते हैं. Ivory है. Walnut. Next Projected Race Design Anup Kumar plus Iomic. D&D, Stand, Zilgada, Time, SP Lakani, Architerio, Imagination Seeking with J&D. वो एक बंदा आके मुझे बोला she called ED plus को ED X बोल दिया करके तो मैंने बोला don't worry Arkin Arkin last बोल पे Studio Pastel Hierarchy yes plus V
Okay.
Studio AJ the Open House Avant-Garde
Garde और
Avant-Garde बोलो हम बोल देंगे E select कर लिया था Delhi Collective DKs by Chitte
Well, calling up our next award winner, Professor Architect Sneha Sharma, for outstanding performance and contribution in academics, education and research domain, India, under the category Architecture, Design and Urban Planning. Congratulations, Professor Architect Sneha Sharma. Calling up Professor Architect Sneha Sharma for outstanding performance and contribution in academics, education and research domain from India under the category Architecture, Design and Urban Planning. Congratulations, Professor Architect Sneha Sharma. Let's call up Mr. Chirag Kapoor Architects from 10 Setter and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, South India, under the category Hospitality Projects, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects for Excellence in Architecture and Interior Design Consultancy 2022. Moving on, let's call up Emerge DS, the design studio. We have on stage ID Mohit J. Mistry and architect Bhumi M. Mistry for upcoming and promising architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022 Gujarat, residential projects and commercial projects, top 25 most emerging and trendsetter designer India 2022. Up next, we have Indabir Singh Walia from Sahib Consultants, leading and the most innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, India, under the category Heritage Projects and Religious Projects, top 25 most prominent architect and designer, India 2022. Congratulations, Sahib Consultants. Moving on, let's have Mr. Aditya Mokha from Ashok Mokha Architects for leading and most trusted architecture and design firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category Institutional Projects, Public Sector Projects and Commercial Projects under 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Architect and Designer India 2022. Moving on, we have Sagida Sultana for promising and creative freelance architectural designer and interior designer of the year 2022, all the way from Tamil Nadu under the category Commercial Projects, top 25 emerging women designers in India 2022. Up next, can we please have Pooja Agarwal and Nitin Agarwal from the studio Synergy for leading and outstanding architecture, project management and interior designer firm of the year 2022, North India, under the category Institutional, Residential, Commercial Projects, top 30 most prominent and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be starting off with the virtual awards for architecture. Our first award winner, we have MKS Architects, Architect Maitri Shah and Mr. Kaushal Shah for most futuristic and promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022. In the category Virtual Awards, we have MKS Architects, Architect Maitri Shah and Mr. Kushal Shah for Most Futuristic and Promising Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022 from Gujarat under the category Institutional Projects and Residential Projects, 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Architect and Designer of India 2022. Up next, we have the Design Plexus, Architect Arzu Jaria and Architect Mandar Kamble for Outstanding and Promising Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022 from Maharashtra, Residential Projects and Commercial Project category, Top 25 Most Emerging and Trendsetter Architect of the Year 2022, India. Well, up next we have Raheja Creations, Architect Nidhi Raheja and Architect Khushbu Raheja Kumar for Outstanding Creative and Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Punjab under the category Residential, Commercial, Institutional Projects, 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Architect and Designer of India 2022 Award. Luvalia and Associates, Architect Akanksha and Jashbir Singh, Most Promising and Outstanding Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Punjab under the category Institutional Projects, Residential and Commercial Projects for Top 25 Most Emerging Women Architect and Designer of India 2022. Up next, we have Studio